Friday. Welcome to the weekend, man. Right? Brilliant. Tonight, we partake in a commemorative flight. We've done so here on the channel over the last number of years. And, well, tonight, this day, right now, marks the 82nd anniversary of D-Day, or at least the start of D-Day, of course happening on the 6th of June, but for a lot, the operation actually began, now, right, because we had the, prior to the main invasion, this is where the Paratroopers came in, and there was pathfinders who went in front of them, and then the whole kind of lot started off. So tonight, it is a commemorative flight. We're going to be using the Microsoft Flight Sim servers for multiplayer. Let's hope it works well. But I will say this, model matching, if it doesn't work, try not to, it's grand. Where we're heading, what we're doing, what we're going to learn about, and even us taking part in this, it's a great way to keep the memories intact, and, the next generation can learn from the sacrifice that was done. Not only, of course, from the side of the Allies, but of course, indeed, on the side of the Germans as well. This isn't pointing anything on a political basis. This is us as flight sim enthusiasts, and we can look at this entire event. The entire event, that, yes, was the start, if you like, of sorting out that business in Europe at the time, but also from an aviation perspective, the use of aircraft. Airborne infantry, this was quite a new thing, and figuring out all of this, it was still in its infancy. So tonight we're going to learn all about it. We're going to learn about Operation Overlord, we're going to learn about Operation Fortitude, and we're going to learn about the aircraft, the tactics, everything involved in it, all the way down from the paratrooper, all the way back up to the main command. So there's quite a bit to do. We do have a flight plan. It was posted over in our Discord, and well, if you follow me, yeah, right, it'll be grand. But expect about 3 hours-ish, right, for the flight. We're going to start off here in Exeter. We're going to fly up over a pottery. Then we're going to go to a kind of a lineup area, right? And from there, we're going to head out over the English Channel, and we're going to head down towards the Cotentin Peninsula, down towards Carentan. And as we fly across, we're going to simulate a parachute drop, and then we're going to hightail it back to the UK. So I'm flying, of course, in the DC-3. This is the Duckworks modified version. It works in flights in 2024, and we're using the livery of That's All Brother, a real aircraft, the first DC-3 or C-47. Always a bit of a confusion between them. They are essentially the same aircraft. The C-47 was the military variant, and some of the changes that the Douglas Aircraft Company made to the aircraft itself. They lowered the floor, they put on a new side door, kind of it. Right, they were fitted with other equipment, obviously avionics, and they also housed the Rebecca system, which is part of the Eureka Rebecca system. We're going to learn about that tonight as well. So you're most welcome to join us. And Pathfinder out in front, absolutely. Don't worry too much, as I said, about model matching. I'm flying in a DC-3, converted into a C-47. I see loads of C-160s. You can fly any aircraft you'd like. During this flight, we're going to try and simulate this as best we can. We're going to stick to the flight plan as best I can. We're going to stick to the altitudes and the speeds as well. Now, for anyone who's using the weather mod, the weather preset, also available on our Discord, and it should be scrolled down on YouTube, you'll see it in the description. Pop that into your community folder. You can access it through the drop-down weather system, right? It's called D-Day TTM, or one of those. But I will say this, if you go into your weather settings, and if you're unsure, just say, Murph, how do you do that? Go into where you can change the weather in the sim using the top bar. Don't use flow, use the top bar. That's like the traditional weather setting. And you'll see where you can pick the day, the month, and the year. Keep the day and the month correct, 5th of June, that's what it is, but bring the year back to 2001. The reason being, in 2001, in the sim, and I imagine it follows celestial movements, it gives us a full moon. And this flight was... it all happened with a full moon. That was part of the planning stages. So we want to have a full moon as we're flying along. You see, so the weather preset itself, I can't tell you how much time I spent researching it. A lot of time has gone into it. It was overcast when the lads were heading out, because there was severe bad weather. Prior to D-Day, there was a couple of nice days, calm summer months, what you would expect, and then all hell broke loose because bad weather came in, and this delayed the entire operation. And a break formed in the weather, and we're going to learn about the weather all the way from Black Sod in Mayo all the way back over to where Dwight Eisenhower had to figure out, well, are we going or are we not going? So there's quite a bit to get through tonight, but the important thing is we're here to enjoy ourselves. That's the mission, right? We're here to enjoy ourselves. We're going to learn a lot of history. It's our way of paying homage to those who went before us. And I remember a couple of years ago, I got some amazing stories from our own community. You know, we're at the stage now, we're 82 years. We're at the stage, there's not many people left alive who served during this time. The veterans, for example, like, that's just the way life is, right? Every year beyond, we have less and less people. So our job is to kind of take their memories, honor them as best we can, so that the next generation knows all about this. So this is what we do, this is what we're doing, and we'll sure hopefully you'll enjoy yourselves, and we'll learn a little bit. But it's also Friday. Brilliant. And well, we're flight sim enthusiasts, and we're also an amazing community, so we get to hang out and have the crack. So you're all very welcome in. Good evening. Hope your day was great. It's currently 11 degrees in Tipperary. Not particularly fantastic, but sure, listen, it is what it is. So yes, it's a very kind of important time of the year. I've been to Normandy, I want to say 6 times. I've been there quite a lot. I've met the guys at the D-Day museums in Carentan. I've met them in the D-Day museums in around all dotted around Normandy. And every time I go to Normandy, I mean, yes, you're going to check out the beaches, you're going to check out Carentan, you're going to check out all the kind of major areas like Pegasus Bridge, of course. Every time I go there, I learn something new or I see something new. And where you would have kind of like the tourist areas, which are very important to go to because, you know, Orange has them. You can get all the beaches. They all have museums now at the beaches. Years and years ago, a lot of the stuff was left outside and poorly managed and, well, deteriorated. Ever since kind of 2018 or so, there has been a huge effort to get all these relics, all the tanks and aircraft and machinery brought inside, fully refurbished, and put in a position whereby people can view them, they can learn from them. It's purely a museum piece. And as I said, that D-Day museum in Carentan is absolutely brilliant. It's just outside the road. It's in a place called Dead Man's Corner. And it got that name because as the troops were coming up from the beaches to get up towards Carentan, there was a road. And at that road, there was an intersection. And there was a house. And at the house, it was nicknamed Dead Man's Corner because it started off as a German OP, observation post, then a German first aid field station. Then the Allies took control of it and it became an Allied field station and then an Allied OP. It changed hands many, many times. In actual fact, at one stage, they would have had Allied troops downstairs getting care and treatment, and they would have had Germans upstairs getting care and treatment after the Allies pushed forward. But Dead Man's Corner was made famous. There was a tank that was taken out, and one of the tank commanders or drivers was left hanging off the barrel as a sign of warning, hence it got its name. But all that sort of stuff, it's only when you kind of go exploring in and you see what goes on or what went on, and then you start learning more. The last time I was there, we found an airfield out to where the British have a phenomenal memorial, beautiful memorial, quite recent. And on the way, we say from the beaches up to where the British memorial is, we came across an airfield. And it was one of the first airfields they actually put in place, temporary airfield put in place in Normandy. And that allowed the Typhoons to come into land. Back then, of course, the Hawker Typhoon, they were used as tank busters, amongst other things, because air superiority at this stage in the war very much favoured the Allies, very much. At this stage, they had already broken the back well after the Battle of Britain, so the Allies had absolute air superiority. However, it didn't all stop there because, well, from the defence side of the fence, that makes sense. The German defences, they had divisions, and they had armoured divisions. So that's where the whole thing gets tricky. The mission we're covering, it's following that of the 101st Airborne Division of the United States. 2 divisions flew that night from the United States, the 82nd and the 101st. Then we had contingents from the British, and Canadian also flew as well, paratroopers. So the story we're following tonight is very much aimed at the 101st Airborne, in particular 2nd Battalion. Of that, it's going to be that of Easy Company. We've all watched, I'm sure, Band of Brothers. I'm a huge fan of it. And what a production. That's just excellence personified, perfection when it comes to telling the story of just, you know, the guy, the person behind all of this. So we're going to be following what Easy Company in particular were doing. So we're going to be flying what's called Mission Albany, which is for the 101st. Mission Boston was from the 82nd. They flew slightly north and their drop zone was slightly west of where we're going to fly this evening. And 757 Spy, Dave, he usually flies Mission Boston every year. I imagine he'd be flying his tomorrow. But it's just the way the dates fell this year. I said, well, hang on. They actually took off on the 5th of June out of places like Pottery, which is up the road, and another of other airfields. There was over 800 of these things in action that night. 800 of them, right? And they brought in thousands of troops. As I say, 2 full divisions. So, yeah, if you haven't watched Band of Brothers, absolutely, I would get on that fairly lively because it's great storytelling. Apart from everything else, it's great storytelling and what went on. Just a different time. It was just a different time, do you know? So our mission tonight, we're going to be flying over the region of Carentan. Our objective is clear. There are causeways that will link the beaches, and the Airborne's job is to make sure those causeways are clear and to cause as much harassment to German reinforcements, with the 82nd being targeted to take St. Mary Glees, and then we have the 101st primarily targeting Carentan. So we have Sainte Marie de Mont, we have Saint Mary Glees, and a couple of other places along the way. So it should be fun. We also have exceptional freeware scenery with thanks to Jeppesen 2001. The man is a myth and a legend. And it works in 2020. And if you're on 2024, it works in 24 as well. And that provides us just a backdrop. We can see searchlights, there's flak, there's aircraft moving, there's friggin' boats in the water, there's paratroopers dropping, and there's sounds included with that scenery as well. It's a very immersive experience. If you've never done it before in the sim, you're in for a treat. And if you have done it before, it's always, the hair stands up. You're like, jeez, imagine if you did this for real. Fascinating stuff. So we're going to be utilising that as well. And again, if there's any worry with model matching or things are breaking, try not to worry. If you need to restart the sim, just restart it, give it another blast, because there's loads in which we're going to learn here tonight. For the pilots who want to fly this as realistic as possible, we're going to try and maintain 1,500 feet AGL. Then we're going to head out over the sea. We'll drop down a little. We're going to aim to do our parachute drop at around 800 feet. 800 feet. Jesus, those buttons. Did you just see what happened? Jesus, right. Black Ice Gabe is after pressing the button. Hang on. Yeah, that's what I said. We'll get to that in a second. Jesus. Yeah, down to 800 feet. We're going to bring our speed right back. And then we also have to have aircraft discipline. We need to turn off our lights, you see. So we'll do all of that. There'll be plenty of time. Don't worry if you make a mistake. It's totally grand. If you're flying in other aircraft, for example, the C-160, more than capable. Just be aware, deploy flaps as we slow down. We'll probably aim for about 100-ish miles per hour. So the C-160 is well capable of it, but you might need to utilise your flaps in order to maintain flight. Otherwise, you know, you'd be adding to the scenery in a way you didn't want to. But look at this. Black Ice Gabe. The absolute mad devil. He's just gifted 50 subs. 50. Jesus. Gabe, thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you just received a tier 1 sub with thanks to Black Ice Gabe, do be sure to say thank you. That is insane support. Insane support. Thank you very much, buddy. I hope you're well. Great to see you. And that's savage. The man is a savage. But thanks a million. He's getting younger looking as well. That's the problem. Right? Every time I see Gabe, he's younger looking, you know. But Gabe, thank you very, very much indeed. An amazing show of generosity. Cheers, buddy. So we'll ramble in. We'll say hello to everyone because, as I said, it's not all to be too terribly serious, right? We're here to learn. We're here to fly, but we're here to enjoy ourselves as well. I have provided notes. I've lots to read. I did it all there today, and. There's a bit to get through, but hopefully you enjoy it and I don't bore the absolute ears off you. I'm very interested in this stuff. I've always been interested in the Second World War. I don't know what it is. I'm just interested in it. The technology, the strategy, the tactics, the politics, everything. I was just fascinated by it. And not for any sort of, kick him in the face, give him a good... It's nothing to do with that. This is purely to see, well, what's possible when people work together. when they're completely against the odds. It's fascinating when you see it. Human nature, I suppose. But to me, it's very interesting. So we're going to try and cover that as best we can this evening. You see. So what we'll do, we'll ramble in. We're going to say hello to everyone who's rambled in on this Friday evening, right? And Chalks is here. A very good day to you. APU Inspector, welcome aboard. Retriever Neil, good evening. My dude. Vacuum is in the house. Viper Strike, good evening. The Boise is here. YOLO is in the house. Ferocious Gamer, good evening. Fierce Wolf, looking fierce. And Wolfie, welcome in, buddy. Commander Balosh, a very good evening to you. Hope you're well. CP65 is here. Captain Donut, happy Friday. North Coast Mike, welcome aboard. Crafty Tigers is here. Flipper Alloy, you're very welcome in. Spitfire RAF 100 is in the chat. Good to see you, my guy. Mrs. TPHI, who rambles in upside down. Mrs. Inappropriate. Good to see you, Mrs. Welcome in. Creo, a very happy Friday. Hello to all in County Mayo. We're going to be talking about Mayo shortly. Black Sod, a weather station, no less. Right. Idle Cutoff, Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. Good to see you, buddy. Where is this now? Crafty is going to be flying along on console. Excellent. You might miss out on the scenery, but we'll have it all here on the screen for you. Right. Just close your eyes and you're there. The Dameranian, good evening. Eamon 1973, you're very welcome aboard. Good to see you, Eamon. Malky Mack is here. How are you, Malky? Let me see, Hermit something, a very good afternoon to Boston. Don't forget, lads, we're using our new check-in system, ! Check-in, one word, space, and your location. Town, city, country, doesn't matter. And it works on YouTube and on Twitch as well. And you'll get to see the map. TwoToneMurphy.com/check-in. You'll see an interactive map where everyone is logging in from. Gives us some perspective as to where our wonderful viewers and our community members are tuning in from around the globe. Quite incredible. Uniform Goose, good day, Goose. Hope you're well. See You Later is here. 54 months with a Prime subscription. Thank you very much indeed, buddy. Good to see you. Sumner is in the house. Happy Friday. Stu Snape is here. I've been looking forward to this flight with random tail dragging Embraers and ATRs. Surely we could have done this in X-Plane. Between you and Muse Fan, I laughed. Rob Dag is in the house. Good to see you. Norse Viking, good evening. Now, let me see. We're catching up. Well, I say we're catching up, we're not. Wolf is in the house. APU Inspector, thank you very much for 21 months. Cheers, buddy. Very kind of you, sir, and great to see you. 98 Vulcan is here, welcome in. And let me see, Stu Snape, 170 streams in a row. Have I not got a life? No, it's all taken care of. You need nothing else, Stu. Just keep watching. I'll wear a funny hat someday. Right. Brilliant. Right. Dewart is here, good evening. Retriever Neil, thank you for 7 in a row. Shuffle Shoes, shuffles in. AJH John, happy Friday. Alton, welcome aboard. Toto, 24.95. Let the weekend begin. Good evening, Toto, and to Mrs. Toto. Hope you're both keeping very well. Welcome to the weekend. Andy11, welcome. Rambog Mord is here. Good to see you, buddy. Rambog, I read your Discord post late last night. Fascinating. And I get it. I understand it now. Because when you were talking to me, I was like, you were mentioning all these procedures and ESSA and, you know, and they do this for automation. And I'm sitting there in my head going, my name's Jeff. But then I read it and now I understand it. Brilliant. So thank you very much indeed for that. And great explanation. Bio Games is here. Good evening. Super Typhon. Sup? Hope you're well, buddy. Lucky Bo is here. Kira, good to see you. Rob MCR is in the house. Soaring AJ. AJH man, you're very welcome aboard. Now, let me see. I have a feeling this is going to be one of Murph's shorter intros. Well, I mean, we'll have it raise a bet. Mac Vision, good evening. I'm Pierce is here. Willow, how much? Good evening. Sun Jammer, welcome aboard. Malvacious is here. Retriever Neil says, all I can see is a herd of caribou. Up at the Janie. Model matching for the win. Dougal McTavish, the chairman, has rumbled aboard. Welcome in, Dougal. And as I was saying, a couple of years ago, I asked questions of the community. And their experiences, did they know someone in their family or friends or relatives or whatever? And I do still have that information. I remember Dougal was telling me 3 generations of Royal Marines, and we'd other stories that people had their grandmother or great-grandmother, I think, was working at the medical aid station on the beach, right? On the beaches. Fascinating stuff. And it's amazing, like, you know, I mean, whatever your draw is into aviation, considering that the sheer amount, I mean, this was the largest airborne operation of its day. Now, a couple of weeks later, a couple of months later, they had even a bigger one, and a couple of months after that, it went even bigger again, right? But at this stage, this was the largest airborne operation ever, and it was also the largest, invasion armada ever assembled, ever, right? Huge. So to be a part of that, absolutely incredible. Zybot Doc is in the house. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. Just Roy is in the chat. Welcome in, Roy. Happy Friday. Wills 1985 has rumbled in. Good to see you, man. Happy Friday to you. Let me see here now. We're catching up. Filthy, welcome aboard. Hopped on a plane to Orlando earlier this morning for a week of vacation. We'll mostly be lurking, but I hope everyone enjoys the flight. The D-Day commemorative flight is one of my favourite things to do on the channel, and is a great way to remember the sacrifice that so many had made. Absolutely, Filthy. We miss you, buddy, but we'll try and do you proud. Flying Tonight is here. Good evening. Anchovies on pizza? Nay. Put pineapple on pizza. Can anyone advise, do I need to change my date for the conditions? Yeah, Vulcan, if you can change the year to 2001 and then just set your GMT time to 1930 100 on the 5th, that'll do it, right? Now, let me see. There's buttons all over the place. Black Ice Gabe subscribed at a tier 3 for 57 months. Thank you very much indeed, Gabe. And then he dropped 50 tier 1 subs because he's mad. You get 2 salutes. Thank you very much indeed. Old veteran 965 Scott is here. Hope it is starting a grand time for the weekend. Indeed. Happy Friday, Scott. Hope you're well. Photos by Kev is here. Good to see you, Kev. Kirog is here. EGTE is my home airport. I watch planes flying in and out of this place every day. Ooh. It's pretty cool. Getting WASM crashes when I start the DC-6. That'll always happen until they update at Sunjammer. So what you need to do, you don't need to exit the sim, just exit the flight. Change your aircraft, then open the WASM folder, delete the DC-6, and then load it back in. You should be good for that flight, I think. Gibbo Ireland is in the chat. Good to see you, man. You're very welcome in. Where's this now? Zybok Doc, good to see you. Can't make the flight tonight. We'll be watching the stream. Having trouble with your PC? Oh, no. Hope it all gets sorted soon, buddy. Jersey Devil, good to see you. Scott, thank you for 5 in a row. You're very kind. Heisenberg is here. Evening, folks. Good to see you, buddy. Happy Friday. Kozaki is here. Pathfinder out in front. Good man yourself. It's best if you simulate the drop, Murph, considering your past parachuting experience. I had a bad jump out of a plane, yes. I did jump out of a perfectly working airplane, yeah. Dougal likes the preset. Thank you very much indeed. 2001 is the year we're looking for. Hayden UK. Good to see you, Hayden. You young gentleman, you. Welcome aboard. Now, Jay Winnicker's here for 54 months. Jay Winnicker, how the devil are you, man? Hope you're keeping well. And well, hopefully we get to see a fly tonight. Where is this now? I seem to have lost my sub badge for 57 months. No, it's up there. It is there. Now, let me see. Yolo says... thanks for the event and the remembrance. Lads, it's us who are making this possible. It's all of us making this possible. So pat yourself in the back, brilliant. Shocker of a week, TFI Friday. Right, Mrs. Toto, you're very welcome in, Mrs. And listen, that's it. Pull the release pin. The week is over. It's now time to chill. And it's going to be grand. It's going to be grand. Now, let me see. Turd Ferguson, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Goblin Zeus, good evening. Just Right says, one of the most serious events, Jesus, one of the most serious events in history, never forget the south of the Netherlands as a place called Mesh, southern part province of Limburg, was the first part of the Netherlands that was liberated. Yes, it was. Fascinating stuff, Roy. I've been to the Netherlands a couple of times, and I've yet to do the bridges. But I've been to a couple of places. I've been to Eindhoven, and of course Maastricht. But you don't have to go looking too hard to find stuff, right? Be it old pillboxes or defensive positions, even tanks, and it's mad. It still scars the countryside. It's quite mad, Lima Kilo Mike, good evening. Hope you're well. Taylor is here. Welcome in. If you have VR, check out the D-Day VR Museum. Ooh, nice. One Fly Air, good evening. Piku is here. Muse fan bursts in the door with his face. He says, how he is his mad jokes. Oh, wait, it wasn't Muse fan. It was a ChatGPT AI image of Muse fan. Did you see what he did? Right. Good to see you, buddy. Jeez, there's absolutely mad stuff today. Now, let me see. Holy Subbage is right. This URL, good to see you, buddy. 404. Welcome in, man. Happy Friday to you. Cyrus T is in the house and he changed my lights to teal. It's good to see you, Cyrus. Hope you're well. Where is this now? Kozaki can see people on Say Intentions. Excellent. Foxfly Pete, good evening to you, man. Happy Friday. Now, let me see. One Foxy Bingo Gav is here. Good evening. Now, we've buttons here now. Balder, you mean, says Gabe. Not at all. Not at all. Iowa Scotsman, good evening. Taylor, thank you very much indeed for 10 months. Absolute legend. Cheers, man. And as I'm just trying to burn out a time, Murph, yeah, probably, you know, I'm just trying to catch up, lads. Jebison 2001, the man, myth and legend. He's here, lads. He says, evening all. Just a quick note on the 2024 version. The sounds do now work. However, they got culled at about 300 meters. I have tried to do all sorts of workarounds in the last few days, but sadly it won't behave in the sim as it does in 2020. However, the good news, they now work. It's to do with some restrictions the SOBA have in place on sounds with sim objects that are not an aircraft. Jeb, that is absolutely not good enough. How dare you? Back into the... Are you mad? You made us this scenery. You created this in your time and you gifted it to the community. Dude, it's incredible. Last case of emotion. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you for your contributions to this. It's amazing. It really is. So don't be worrying. She'll be grand. But yes, now, Mag Sim, good to see you. Whack-A-Mo is in the house. Appy is here. Welcome aboard. Tilly Flyer, good evening. Colonel Fork is in the house. Good to see you, my dude. Hope you're well. Colonel Fork, do you sleep at all? You were talking to me in your 5:30 this morning, which is my 11:30 or something. Right? Now, let's see here now. I'm trying to catch up because you lot went bananas on the check-in stuff. You see? Great to see it. I'll bring that up on the screen here now. Check in Murphy's new fuselage. I was chatting to Gibbo earlier on, and we're almost convinced if I buy a fuselage for my garden, I'd get away with it and I could live in it. Thoughts? Feedback? Right? I think Gibbo really wants it, but he wants me to do it first. Right? Do you know? Yeah, but Murph has one. Oh, wait, I see it. That's genius. Yeah, sure, Murph has one. You might get one. That's genius. Right. Now, let me see. Jesus, there's more buttons. Simulator Gamer Susie, good to see you. I think I've caught nearly everyone. Captain Sickbag is here. Good evening to you, my dude from the sunny southeast. Philly Roach, good to see you, Philly. Hope you're well. Sir Campsalot, my dude. Welcome aboard. I could have said hi to you twice, but it's busy. Mr. TPHI has rambled aboard. Good evening. Happy Friday. And if you really understand it, read back an explanation. Wait, what? Shh. No! Scott, you're putting me on spot. Basically, it's a system that relieves additional pressures on ATC FIR areas by controlling the flow of aircraft in a timely manner, amongst other things. And then the technology behind it is any controller can use a centralized network to be able to communicate to one another so they can see the flows of traffic either emanating or departing from their particular regions. I did read it. I just didn't go into the finer details of quoting. I wish we were departing from more period scenery. Yeah, I mean, up the road, it's funny, Colonel Fork, right? Up the road in Upottery. And Upottery in the real world is no longer an airfield. It's completely grown over. There's a farmer there. They sell cars. You know, they'll do all this stuff. But all of a sudden now in the sim, Navigraph has pasted a runway. And I was thinking, Jesus, I bet... But I chose against it tonight because not everyone, of course, has that feature with Navigraph. But I agree. And keep an eye out for the upcoming, what's it called? The 1940 scenery on the way from Time Machine Design. Absolutely incredible. That's going to be releasing soon. And that is a period airfield produced by archaeologists, historians, and all the lads. And it's going to be made available in the sim soon. So that's definitely going to be one we'll have to do some flights. Definitely, right? Spitfires probably, because it was very much an operation for the Battle of Britain. So that could be awesome. Absolutely awesome. But anyway, let me see. Weedy Gaming, good to see you. Daddy Plum, good evening. No idea what I walked into here. It's all grand. Jalla God, good evening. Dragon is in the house. Peter's here. Welcome in, Peter. Yeah, Peter. Now, let me see. Yuval is in the house. P.S. Mirandai. Hello there. Good evening. Gar Gaming, hope all is well. Gibbo, do you know there's a diving school up there? Just saying. Two Dogs, good evening. Hope you're well. Now, let me see. Richie Flies. Welcome in. Talking of events, dropped you a DM. Oh, good man yourself. Dougal McTavish, the chairman, gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Dougal, thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub on Twitch with thanks to Dougal McTavish, well, do be sure to say thank you. What an absolute legend. You're very kind, sir. Now, let me see. Pieman Jim, good to see you. Where's this now? Check out the crossing bridge in Nijmegen, Sunset. Ooh, interesting. Keen Lafford is here. Kerr is calling. Hello from up the road. Good to see you, Keen. Welcome in. Where's this now? Shame that the Egypt can't see all the love, right? Now, Aviator, good to see you. SK Sun is in the house. Now, let me see. Red is here. Welcome aboard. Flying Dive, good day. Colonel Fork says, I accept that I can sleep when I'm dead. Yes. Just keep putting it off. Just be grand. It'll be grand. Now, the missus might get good. Wait, no. The missus might get good with it. Wouldn't wake her up when doing the ninja crawl. That's very true. You're almost convinced that if you get... Jesus, there's buttons. I nearly caught up. No. Muse fan says, you're almost convinced that if you get a fuselage for your garden, you'll be served with divorce papers. I don't know. I mean, you could be lucky. Thomas, thank you and welcome aboard. Happy Friday. Rambag Moore says, that was surprisingly accurate. I told you. I read it. You're brilliant. I'll give you that €10 later, Rambog. Thanks. Brilliant, right? Paparazzi is here. Welcome aboard. Good evening to you, buddy. Vasco from MSFSaddons.com. Vasco, you're very welcome. Murph, you should have Richard from Time Machine on the stream. We did. Richard joined us on a live stream. We were talking about... the Bronze Age add-ons that they did, and we were chatting about Hadrian's Wall as well. Richard is a lovely, lovely man, and I think I'm not sure is he going to Expo, but I'll be catching up with him soon. Hadrian's Wall, yeah, fascinating man, fascinating, and we had a good old chat with him. Great to see you, Vasco. You get to go in the
88 miles per hour.
Get to go in the car tomorrow, right?
Serious shit.
Michaela is here. Good evening. The Boise, thank you very much indeed for 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Jesus. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to the Boise, do be sure to say thank you. Insane support. Vulcan says, I can only sadly watch tonight. I've had 4 crashes in a row, even tried spawning away from the airfield. Worked for a moment. As soon as I turned towards you guys, the sim crashed. 98 Vulcan, what I'd recommend is maybe just jump on a different multiplayer server for a while and just let it all calm down. Just, if you want to give it a blast and see what happens, right? Right, we're nearly there now, lads. There's a reason why I'm delaying us, because it's too bright, right? But anyway, Jesus, lads, it's busy. Kubi Montana, good evening. Dave Cleary, legend Dave. Welcome in, Dave. Who else? PDX Tundra is here. Northland Air. I'm going off shortly for a bit of surgery. Shouldn't be much of an issue, but unavoidable. Dude, you look after yourself and take care. Great to see you, though. Ayrton Senna, good evening. Hello from Normandy. Bonsoir. Hope you're well. Roll Tide is here. Good to see you. Mutt Dog, welcome aboard. Who else is here? Ollie, good evening. Black Sheep Gene, follow you. I am always following you. He actually typed brilliant. Gene, good evening. No Banana, welcome aboard. JB Alberta is in the house. Icarus is here. Bat, good to see you, Bat. Welcome aboard. Dave is here. Who's now? Star Pirate, good to see you. Welcome aboard. Angels15 is in the chat. Johnny Mon, good to see you, Johnny. Happy Friday. Johnny Shoe is here. Anna Crusses, good evening. Who's this now? Malky is here. How's your evening? It's going great. How's yours, dude? How's yours? Flyboy Dyer's in the house. Who else? Eddie is here. Good evening. Black Sheep Gene, you absolute mad Gene! He says, check doesn't work. It just shows me as being in California. I'm actually crouching behind you. And a $50 super chat. Gene, thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Elf is here. Good evening. Game Speaker, good to see you. Flying Diggs is here. Good to see you, Diggs. Hope you're well, buddy. Zappel, a very happy Friday. Bob Laycock is here from Auckland, New Zealand. Kia ora. Hope you're well, buddy. Our Margie is here. Maverick, you're very welcome aboard. Bloody, another Malky. Right. Unbelievable. Canoehead 2, a very good evening to you. Hope you're well. Your second annual D-Day event. Nice. Brilliant. Now, let me see. Cy120 is here as well. Lads, you're all very welcome aboard. Ollie says hi from Switzerland. Hello from Tipperary. Welcome in. Right, we'll jump over here now, right? And we'll see now. Wait, hang on. I forgot me pineapple. Cheers, lads. We have gin and ginger ale for our persuasion tonight. That is what we're going to be drinking. And now, let me see.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Who pressed that button? Aviator, thank you very much indeed for the bits. You're very kind, so you're very kind. So, to download the D-Day scenery, just ramble on over to TwoToneMurphy.com, go to downloads, and that's where you'll find it there. And you'll just pop that folder. When you unzip it, pop it into your community folder, and you should be good to go. Now, as I was saying to you about the date, this is how we're going to change it. Click on the weather icon at the top of your screen, and make sure if you're on a preset, the TTM D-Day weather preset, right? And then see this year, bring it all the way back to the year 2001. 2001, and that'll give us a full moon. I had to check, 24 or 5 other years. There was no sign of it, right? So we'll see what happens. Adam, good to see you, buddy. Welcome aboard. So that's the first thing. The second thing then, when it comes to the aircraft, this is the Duckworks modified version of the DC-3, right? And as I said, it is very good, this one. Now, model matching, I spent most of the day making sure that I would have the correct models as best as I could, right? So hopefully on my screen, you guys are going to appear exactly as you want. So I'll turn on the name tags. So we have a mix of C-160s. We have a Mentor in there. We have, we've all sorts here. Spitfires. I saw a couple of, what did I see? There's a P-38 look. I saw a couple of, what are they called? Avro friggin', whatchamacallit? Lancasters, right? So hopefully this is going to work well. And your mama is in a Tail Dragon ATR. I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it. So model matching, it's just not going to do what we want it to do. All right? So we shan't worry too much. Our focus is going to be on, well, let's just enjoy this. Let's just fly this, and we're going to learn a little bit of what went on and this story, right? And this story. So here we are with our aircraft, and this was Microsoft released this. Airplane Heaven built it, right? So as I said, with the Duckworks mod, we can change some of the settings and some of the features of this aircraft. So we're going to get ourselves started here. So welcome to the cockpit, right? It is the classic variant. We're going to close up our doors. And, well, before we get going, we need to pump some hydraulic fluid in, because we need to open the cowl flaps of the engine. So to do this, we'll start off at the beginning. We're going to open up the hydraulic valve, and we pump like a devil. And as we're pumping, we're watching these needles over here, and we need to get these up to about 750 psi. All right? So we'll keep doing the thing with the yoke. And then we're going to lock it. Now we come on over here, and we're going to open up the cowl flaps. Both are open, and that'll drop a little bit of pressure, but don't worry about it, all right? And from here, now we're going to continue on onto our overhead, and we're going to do a couple of configurations. We're currently on battery cart or ship battery. We want to be on the battery cart, and we're going to deploy the battery cart. That'll appear a little battery in front of the aircraft, our little ground power unit, which is this guy just here, all right? And from there, we can go ahead and turn on some stuff. So, avionics coming on, beacon light coming on, position light coming on, and our wing, no, not our wing, that's all grand. Spotlights, all the lights, we'll turn those on now in a moment. Here we go, cockpit lights. And our external lights, of course, we're going to be turning those off a little bit later when we start flying. Right, that's the first bit of the jigsaw. The second bit is check down here to make sure the autopilot master is turned on, crossfeeds are off, and we go to our fuel selection tank. So left hand side, left main, right hand side, right main. Let's double check our fuel before we go. We're going to need quite a bit of fuel for this one, lads. I recommend about 90%. That should do us. That'll give us fuel in our main and auxiliaries, right? And we can check which fuel tanks we're leading from. So my plan is we're going to fly on our main tanks, and we'll simulate the parachute jump on our auxiliary tanks. So we need, note to self, we need to change over our tanks before we start our run towards the DC, the drop zone. All right, so when that's done, fuel is set, ready to go. Reset our barrow and our directional indicator. Also, as a reminder, this entire flight is also on Say Intentions Groupie. If you'd like to fly along with us, all you need to do is load up Say Intentions, and The groupie link was on our Discord. It's also here on our description below in, whatchamacallit, on the tube of you. So all of that should be there. And we're just going to be using the group channel, which is 123.45. That will give us radio comms with everyone else. All right. Now, if it's a case that we're going to get some model injection from, say, intentions, which it might do, we'll try not to freak out. Right. This is very much going to be a case of monitoring our performance here, because the sim, it's just where the sim is at for multiplayer. It doesn't like all this, right? But we'll see how we get on. So what we want to do, we now want to start up these magnificent engines, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to start the right side first. We're going to open up our window. And we're going to turn on our booster pump on the right-hand side. We're going to put our prop mixture to fully rich. We're going to open up our mixture levers. And we're going to prime the right side engine, right? I haven't gone with wing link because it just can't understand the route Nighthawk. I can probably still run it, but it's just going to show our departure and arrival and the same airport. Do you know? Okay, so there's our primer coming in, and now we're going to go for a start. So it's on the right side, so we're going to go energize first, and we're going to let the energizer fire up. We'll hear it. And once it's at full speed, we're going to engage the mesh, and that'll start, hopefully, our right side engine. Turn on our mags, and let's give it a blast.
Firefly video check.
She's firing up. 5x5. And there's our say intentions group flight. Quick check here. We got a good start in the engine. Right hand side is up. Watch your RPM as we're doing this. Give the engine a moment to warm up. That's a bit too close. So we can see the RPM starting to move. And that sounds like a good start. Close the window. And we're going to turn on the right side generator. Excellent. Starter boat engines first go. Good man, Muse. All right, we're going to repeat the process. Engine primer on the left side coming up. Give that a moment. Get our booster, mags, and then we're going to start the energizer on the left side. Open a window. And we can hear that energizing. And then we'll engage the starter. Can we get a visual? Yes. That sounds like a good start. We're going to go ahead and turn on the generator for the left-hand side, right? Close our window. Window's closed. RPM on the right is slightly higher. We have to allow that engine now warm up, right? So that's going to warm up. That'll come up itself. And from here, this is where we can now swap over from the ship to the battery. So we're on battery, onto ship power. We no longer need the battery cart. Get some lights turned on. Windshield deicer don't need. Pitot heat will pop it on. And we do have some more interior lights. We're going to turn these guys on. And we'll keep our cockpit lights on kind of medium. That'll do us, right? Right, Control E will do it as well. Yeah, Mugan, good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. 420 the Moose says, do you have to install the weather preset separately? Only see the scenery, no weather setting. The weather one is over on our Discord, Moose. If you want to grab it there, it's under the announcements channel on Discord. That's where you can grab the weather preset. If you don't have time to install it, if you want to copy down these settings, we have 3 layers of clouds. And if you want to do quick screenshots of this now, lads, just do a screenshot for it. That's the first. You're looking for the base and the ceiling and the coverage density and all this. Click the second one. You're going to see the same crack again. Screenshot that. And then the third one, screenshot that. Hey, Captain Sticky Rice. Good to see you, bud. Then the last bit of the jigsaw, if we were to close that, you're going to see the temperature, our pressure. Screenshot that. And last but not least is the wind. Hopefully that will help. Alright. Okay, engines running. Not to flaps. We're going to make sure that we have all our settings set. And what we're going to do here is we're going to press a button, and this is looking at our route for tonight. So just have a look here on the iPad. We're going to depart out of Exeter. We're going to be flying northeast up towards a pottery. That's a pottery. Now, Navigraph is drawing an airport in there. There isn't one, but that's where we're flying up to first. After a pottery, we turn to the southeast and we fly to this waypoint. It's called Assembly Point. All right, that's where we're going to assemble in air. From there, we're now heading out to Elko. Elko was a waypoint from this exact flight, from this route, and Elko was the start of our run. All right. From Elko, we now turn to the southwest, and we're now heading out towards the channel. We're going to overfly Flatbush. It was right down by the Portland heliport. There's a lighthouse down here as well, but the waypoint was called Flatbush. All right. Next up then, we're going to come to Gallup. Gallup is our next waypoint. After Gallup, it's down to Hoboken. And these are the actual waypoint names that were issued. I actually saw them written in pen, right? Or by pencil. We have Hoboken. Then we're down to Peoria. And from Peoria, this is where we must ensure we have our lights turned off, aircraft is configured, correct fuel tanks in use, and our altitude set. From there, it's over to Muleshoe. Then it's over to our drop zone. We're aiming for drop zone Charlie. That was for Easy Company, right? That's where we're going to try and do our parachute run. And once we have deployed our paratroopers, we then head to the northeast to Paducah, to Spokane, all the way back to Gallup, back into Flatbush, Elko, and then straight back into Exeter. This is the exact route. So even flying this in your own time, it's mad, right? Dougal, absolutely. This is our what? Is this our 5th D-Day flight? It's crazy, isn't it? So that flight plan is available on our Discord. If you want to download it, this is as accurate as I can get it. And many sources have been used. So hopefully it helps. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to be blasting off here. Our runway is going to be that of 08. So quick check. Get rid of the chocks. Small bit of power. There's movement. And we'll start heading up towards the runway. Easy now. Oh, look at all the aircraft here, lads. This is really cool. Beautiful. Alright, take your time here as we taxi. And it's all about... we need to get our timing, right? It's all about our timing. Where is this now? We'll do one of these. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you ramble on over to Twitch, you'll hear something class.
1, runway 8, remaining 5,200 feet.
Hello, Fireflies. Welcome to the Flying Circus. We live stream Monday to Friday, 1900 Zulu time, right here. Right, that was a bit of an intro. So what we want to do now, we're going to watch our speed, watch our altitude. We're going to be flying over the UK at around 1,500 feet a minute. We're going to turn off that landing gear warning, and landing lights can stay on for the moment while we're here. We're just going to bring our speed down, and we're going to start turning on course. So I'm going to keep circling around to the left, and hopefully that'll pick everyone up. And remember, lads, look, it's a flight sim, right? There's limitations to what it can do. If you're getting stutters or if it's unplayable, jump a server. At least that'll keep you flying, right? Hopefully. And well, the rest of it we'll have to see what we can do, right? So let me see. If I press some buttons here, let's see what this does. We want to kind of set a different altitude if we can. We don't want to go too low. I'm aiming for about 1,000 feet. So hopefully this works. Bit of trimmage. We're on the Southeast Asian server, and we're also using Say Intentions Groupie. So there's a bit of stutters here and there, right? Nothing we can do. We'll just try and, you know, get through it. And I just want to gain a little bit of altitude as we're overflying the airport once again. It looks like nearly everyone has got airborne, so that's good. And then we're going to start heading up the road to our actual flight plan. So hopefully the stutters calm themselves down. There's a lot of us flying, which is great to see. The sim will only show about 23 aircraft, but I know we got a lot of people flying here, so this is pretty sweet. So after takeoff checks, our gear is up, flaps are in. We're going to keep our cowl flaps on trail for the moment because we're not climbing terribly high. We're going to keep this at around 1,000 feet, maybe 1,500, right? Anyone else here uses chase plane cinematic and the transitions can be jerky? They can be. I mean, for me, they seem to be quite good. Look at that. Alright, so we're getting ourselves on course here. A heading of 047 degrees. And as I say, we're going to try and maintain about, you know, between 1,000 and 1,500 feet. So if we roll out here... Now, I'm unsure why me friggin' be Janie then. We need to get our elevation up there. Up the dividend. So if I'm below the line, it should pull up. If I'm above the line, it'll pull us down. Is that right? So there's about 1,000 feet. And hopefully this will level us off here. Hopefully. And now we need to follow our course. Come on, Betsy. Oh, do you know what's wrong, Murphy? You're such an idiot. Turn on the friggin' hydraulics for autopilot. That was a rookie mistake. Right, left turn. Jeez, just well, I didn't fly into Normandy. Could you imagine? Oh no, a CTD with Dougal. Don't worry, we're going to be hanging around this area for a while, Dougal, so hopefully it'll be grand. Let's get our altitude back up. Speed-wise, we seem to be doing okay. Stu Snape is up the road here now. So we'll straighten ourselves up. We're heading up to our first waypoint. This is a pottery. And you can see the reason I'm trying to get... I was trying to delay a little bit just so it's dark. You know what I mean? So we'll keep going this way. We need to climb here a little bit. There we go. So we want to be aiming, as I said, for about kind of 1,000, 1,500 feet, give or take. And we'll see how it all responds. All right, Chris Van Halen, good to see you. Sim is acting up. Yeah, lads, if you're having issues with the sim, maybe just jump on a different multiplayer server. And hopefully that solves it. Hopefully. There's not a whole lot we can do, unfortunately, but sure, look, we're still all here together. Okay, let's see if she hold that attitude for us now. 1,300 feet. Let's see what she holds. And it looks to be holding. Alright. So, as I said, we're going to try and keep as close to the flight plan as we can. Holy, look at that, lads. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So, yeah, try not to get too worried about the multiplayer, just in case, right? So, our story begins. I have a number of chapters here, so we'll talk about it, right? So 82 years ago tonight, something extraordinary was about to happen above the English Channel, and it began exactly like this. Engines turning, it was getting dark, and we had our runway ahead of us. I want you to imagine what it was like for the men who did this for real. Tonight we're flying Mission Albany from the 101st Airborne Division's drop into Normandy. We have Jeppeson's incredible custom scenery, which means that when we cross the French coast tonight, well, you're going to see what those pilots and the paratroopers saw: searchlights sweeping through the sky, flak bursting around the formation, and if you've never seen it before, well, it's going to be something. So, this is all part of Operation Overlord, right? Now, Operation Overlord, that was the code name given for D-Day. Every military terminology had a D-Day. Every mission had a D-Day. But D-Day, as we know it, was kind of saved for this date. Such was the scale and importance of it. So, Operation Overlord, that was the code name for the Battle of Normandy. It was based on the Allied operation that launched the successful liberation of German-occupied Western Europe during the Second World War. The operation launched on the 6th of June with the Normandy landings, part of Operation Neptune, and also an airborne assault which was carried out by the Americans and the British, and there was Canadians involved with that as well. So this was a massive plan, right? Churchill gave it the name. He wasn't mad on the idea. The Americans definitely pushed for this idea. The Russians were stalling. They didn't want to get too much involved until such an invasion could take place. So it all boiled down to Operation Overlord. The contingent was as follows. You had airborne elements that would drop in 2 American divisions and then a British contingent with the Canadians, and they were going to be targeting behind the beaches. So the British to take a number of bridges, destroy bridges and secure them. That was to interrupt the resupply and reinforcements from the Germans coming in on the eastern side, with the American paratroopers dropping behind the 2 causeways behind the American beaches, also to stop resupply and the Germans being able to link up and send reinforcements to the beach. Operation Neptune, the naval element, brought all the troops, all of them, on their key 5 beaches. You had Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno and Sword. They were the code names given for the beaches. The naval invasion was to start the next morning after a savage naval bombardment, and the Air Force came in and they leveled places as well. And then the troops started to step foot on those beaches. But in addition to all of these, we'll move here because we're over a pottery. In addition to the airborne element and the seagoing element, right, there was an absolute ton of deception missions being flown as well. The Dam Busters, the famous pilots of the Dam Busters, they were off creating a diversion, and this is all part of what was called Operation Fortitude. Operation Fortitude was effectively the largest operation scale of a decoy to confuse and trick the Germans into where the true location of the invasion was going to take place. As we turn here over Opottery. The reason why we flew over Opottery, this is where a lot of the guys from Easy Company departed from. Alright? So it's our salute as we fly over. That's why we're over Opottery. So I'll get myself back on course. Speed and altitude is looking good, and we're just waiting for that time of day. We might need to change the time of day a little bit. Now, the 2 sites, it was either going to be in the Pas de Calais, which was the closest, and that made most sense, or Normandy. From the German perspective, and you can see from this map here, they had heavy reinforcements in the Pas de Calais. That's what they thought, well, that's the most obvious place in which they're going to try and attack. And we have loads of stories as to why the Germans believe that as well. As I mentioned, Operation Fortitude. But the actual invasion was to take place down the road in Normandy. All right? So this is all part of Operation Overlord, and the scale was massive, lads. Thousands of pages of plans, and so many things had to become correct for this operation to actually work. Right? It wasn't as simple as saying, Ara, we're going to pick this area because it looks nice. Far from it. Weather was important, logistics was important, resupply, range for aircraft, so many different things. Plus, you also had French resistance who were operational in this area, everything leading up to this event in absolute secrecy. Fascinating. Even Charles de Gaulle didn't even know when they were going, right, until the last minute. So what we're looking at tonight, we're looking at Mission Albany, and we'll explain more what we're doing along the way, and I'll try and provide you more of the history. Mission Albany was flown by the 101st Airborne Division, right, part of the 506 paratroop. What's the official? 506 101st Airborne Division, and where is it now? The 101st was part of the 506th. Where do we have it? United States Army was a division. What was the... Was it the 101st Airborne Division? And that was part of the 506 Regiment, I think. Isn't that right? Regiment? Yeah, part of the regiment. So Mission Albany, this was the mission given for the 101st Airborne. And Mission Boston, that was given to the 82nd Airborne, right? So that's... And you've often seen that emblem before. That is that of the Airborne, the Screaming Eagles, right? That's where that comes from. So we just want to get myself back on course here a little bit. Speed is okay. So the night of the 5th of June, it was cloudy over the English Channel. The kind of overcast that made navigation uncertain and anti-aircraft gunners nervous in different ways. Somewhere above the cloud layer, more than 800 C-47 transport aircraft were forming up in long, droning columns pointing towards the French coast. Each aircraft carried roughly between 16 to 20 paratroopers sitting knee to knee on canvas seats in the dark. Their combined kit, rifle, reserve chute, ammunition, rations, medical supplies, pressing down on each man's body at the weight of somewhere between 90 and 100 pounds on top of them, right? In a few moments, the green jump light would come on, and in those last seconds before it did, men looked straight ahead at nothing in particular and thought their own thoughts in the dark. Some 13,000 American paratroopers would drop into Normandy that night, the largest airborne operation in history to that point, split between two divisions. The 101st dropped across the base of the Cotentin Peninsula with orders to seize 4 causeways leading inland from Utah and destroy bridges over the Douve River before German reinforcements could use them. And the 82nd dropped further north and west, tasked with securing the town of Sainte-Mère-Église. Both drops were badly scattered. Cloud cover, anti-aircraft fire, and pilot evasion threw men miles from the designated drop zones. Some landed in flooded fields that the Germans had deliberately inundated to depths of 4 or 5 feet. And you can think about it, men being weighed down by 100 pounds of equipment, some of them drowned if they couldn't free themselves. So where it all began, in particular when it came to Easy Company, and again, if you've watched Band of Brothers, this shouldn't be new to you, right? Course correction, left turn. So the men climbing into these C-47s, they didn't just appear, they were forged in a process that was deliberately designed to find out what a man was made of before the Germans got the chance to find out. For the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, Easy Company's regiment, it began at a place called Camp Toccoa in Georgia in the summer of 1942. The camp sat at the base of Currahee Mountain, 3 miles up, 3 miles down, and every morning before breakfast, the word Currahee, which is Cherokee, stands alone, that's the meaning, and the regiment adopted it as their battle cry. The standard run was done in usually under 50 minutes. I think their standard was about 46 minutes. And when time slipped, they had to do it again. Volunteer attrition was enormous. Airborne service was voluntary, and that was by design. Only men who actively chose this, chose the physical demand, chose the jump training, chose the implied contract of being dropped behind enemy lines, were allowed to stay. Roughly a third of initial volunteers washed out before they ever saw a parachute. There was also a financial incentive. In World War II, a US Army paratrooper earned the standard enlisted base pay of $50 a month, or about $600 a year. Plus, they got a hazardous duty jump pay bonus of $50 a month. That made it $100. So in comparison, a standard infantry private earned only base pay without the jump bonus. So after Toccoa, those who remained went to jump school at Fort Benning, Alabama. There was 5 stages, each with its own particular way of separating the willing from the able, and this included ground training and what they called tower training. They had a 34-foot tower which reproduced the shock of a parachute opening without the altitude, and they also had 250-foot towers which gave you the full experience of hanging beneath a real canopy, then dropping you toward the ground on a release cable. And then, if you passed all that, you had to qualify by doing 5 jumps out of a C-47 aircraft. The parachute used was a T5 assembly. The main chute weighed about 45 pounds in its packed configuration, including the harness. The reserve chute added another 20 pounds, and that's 65 pounds of life support hardware before a single round of ammunition was considered. Men who completed jump school wore their silver wings with a sense of earned entitlement that no amount of subsequent service ever quite erased. So by late 1943 and early 1944, the 101st and the 82nd, well, they were in England. They were billeted across villages and towns of the Midlands and of the South, waiting for an operation whose date they didn't know and whose exact destination they could only guess. The English-American relationship in those years, well, it was one of the more remarkable social experiments of the 20th century. 1.5 million American servicemen were stationed in Britain by 1944. 1.5 million. They were also better paid than their British counterparts. An American private earned 3 times that of what a British private would earn, and this wasn't unnoticed. The phrase that circulated among British men, not entirely affectionately, was that the Americans were overpaid, oversexed, and over here. The Americans rejoined, however, about the British, well, they were underpaid, undersexed, and under Eisenhower. The US Army actually issued a pamphlet to American troops, a short guide to Great Britain, where it told soldiers not to boast about American wealth or wages. It told them that the British didn't speak wrong English, they spoke it first. And it told them to go easy on the tea, because tea rationing in Britain was real. It warned them of British pubs, they closed early, and this was not a problem to be fixed by complaining. What the guide couldn't fully convey was that the British civilians had already been through 4 long years of war. The Blitz, rationing, the Dunkirk evacuation, thousands of civilians already dead, and by the time the Americans arrived, the British population had a certain weathered pragmatism about hardship that the newly arrived GIs, however well-meaning, somewhat failed to read correctly. The result was a relationship that was genuinely warm and in many cases genuinely awkward and occasionally explosive. The women of England are also part of this story. Many wartime relationships formed between American servicemen and British women, some lasting, some not. But by the war's end, approximately 70,000 British women had married American servicemen and emigrated to the United States, and they were known as GI brides. For some British communities, the Americans were a glimpse of a wider world. And for the men themselves, the quiet English villages, the pubs, the dances at the village hall, they were the last normal things they would get to experience for a very long time. In the final days before the operation, the men were confined to their air bases. Briefings were given under conditions of maximum security, maps were handed out and collected back, models of the terrain were shown, the drop zones were marked, the objectives explained, and then the men waited in that particular state of informed anticipation that soldiers before a known operation inhabit. They knew what was coming, they just didn't know when. If anyone served in the military, you will remember the saying, hurry up and wait. Alright? They also had to know and learn these models, the maps, all the information. They had to learn that without looking at reference material. They had to learn it off by heart, right? Now, many of them wrote letters not orders or notes, letters back to their wives, parents, brothers, even in some cases to young children, to try and get them to understand what was happening. The letters were handed to chaplains or unit administrators to be posted if the man did not return home. And it's always kind of, it's mad, right? Because, as I said, a couple of years ago, some of the stories you guys submitted to me from the community, you knew people who were involved, or there's been military tradition in your family, or your father or your brother or your grandson, whatever, served in the military. There is that common bond, and it's not to get all Hollywood, but there is that common bond. Soldiers have it. People in particular lines of industry, logisticians, they'll always say, I'm a logistician, I get it. Or, I'm in IT, I get it. We always kind of find these familiarities that when people have gone through something similar, or that they have been trained in something similar, it's more relatable. You created this sort of bond, this camaraderie. You just understand about the next person, or the person beside you. And it was no different. In fact, it's more of a thing for those who serve in the military, on any side, in any capacity. Part-time, full-time, doesn't matter, right? So, the aircraft, this machine we're flying as we're about to head to Elko. Look at this. This machine we're flying, it is that of the Douglas C-47 Skytrain, or as the men who flew and rode it, they called it the Goonie Bird. It was never designed to be a war plane. Its origin story is almost comically civilian. It was a development of the Douglas DC-3 commercial airliner, which first flew back in 1935 and became the standard airliner of the pre-war world. United Airlines, American Airlines, TWA, Aer Lingus, they all flew DC-3s carrying businessmen and mail. The DC-3 was built at Douglas's plant in Santa Monica, California, later also at Long Beach, and when the Army Air Force requisitioned it, Douglas essentially took the passenger aircraft, they modified it for military service, reinforced the floors for cargo loading, a large ramp door on the port side, fold down bucket seats along the fuselage walls for paratroopers. The modifications were sensible for a cargo aircraft, and they were adequate for an airborne assault aircraft. But adequate and ideal are very different things. The Douglas Aircraft Company built them. It was powered by two Pratt & Whitney or 1830-90C twin Wasp radials. They produce about 1,200 horsepower each. At a wingspan of 96 feet, a length of 64, its max gross weight, 26,000 pounds at takeoff, and its maximum payload, and this is important, was 6,000 pounds. She could cruise at about 170 miles an hour, range some 1,600 miles, and there was over 10,000 of these built. What? Now, we've mentioned the payload, 6,000 pounds, right? And we can see here from Wikipedia information all about the C-47 Dakota, as it was known over here, right? And there's loads of further reading. These are pathfinders. These aircraft are, well, it is my favourite airplane, number one, right? But the DC-3, C-47, the Goonie Bird, the Skytrain, or indeed the Dakota, there was absolutely no doubt at all. These were an exceptionally good airplane. They still fly to this day. They still fly, right? But the point I'm making is about the weight of the aircraft, or what it could carry, right? As we need to do now, we need to prep for a turn. So we're just approaching Elko. Bring up the map. We're approaching Elko. It's going to be a right turn over to 202 degrees. We're going to start that turn now. And at this stage, lads, we're going to turn off our landing lights and also our beacon light. Keep our position lights on for the moment. So that is effectively only our nav lights should be on now. Chase, we got a Vulcan with us as well. Look at that sight. Man alive, right? That's cool looking. Cool looking. So we're going to try and roll out on a heading of 202. Altitude is good for the moment. Don't need to worry about it too much. Now, looking at the time of day, we're probably an hour or two early. But we'll continue on for a moment. We can always change this in a moment, right? We're just going to watch for a couple of stutters. Could I carry all of Murph's flight sim hardware, right? Gene, thank you very much indeed. See you soon, buddy. Speed is 160 miles an hour. I'll ease it back a little bit. And I'll bring this little guy up on the screen so you can monitor from there. Lower right-hand side of your screen.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Who was that? CP, thank you. Turned off me lights. About 130-ish knots. Okay? I just want to get my heading correct to intercept this. Man, look at that sight. Is there anything as cool as this in flight sim? I mean, do you know what I mean? Unbelievable. It's so great to see. So many people flying with us. Model matching, at least on my side, is actually behaving. I'm like, what? So a little bit of a course correction. Speed is now looking good. So the payload, 6,000 pounds. That number shapes everything. Because everything that followed, the scatter, the confusion, the men who landed miles from where they were supposed to land, began with a weight calculation before anything left the ground. You're talking 6,000 pounds. Think of the average weight of a paratrooper in the 40s, I don't know, 160, 180 pounds. Then you have to add all the gear that they carried. In some cases, that was another 100 pounds or 90 pounds. You're looking at about 250 pounds per man. That limited how many guys they could physically fit in the aircraft, considering the fuel, the pilot, the co-pilot, the radio officer, right? If they had a radio officer. So that meant you're talking roughly 18 to 20, 22 at a push paratroopers on an aircraft, right? It's crazy. The main parachute, the T5 assembly, as I said, weighed about 45 pounds, and then you had the reserve chute of another 20 pounds. A basic ammunition load added more. Then you had rations, the entrenching tool, personal first aid kit, gas mask that everyone hated and almost nobody believed they'd need it, specialised kit, there could be demolition charges, radio components, bazooka rounds if need be. They were carrying more than 100 pounds. At 500 feet altitude, that was about 30 seconds between exit and landing. In those 30 seconds, a man was falling at a rate that produced a ground impact equivalent of stepping off a 12-foot wall. With an extra 90 pounds of equipment. Think about it. If I were to jump off, a 12-foot wall, I'd be in a hoop as it is, right? Don't rub it in, Murph. I'm still at work. Oh no! My team managed 44 aboard the Chinook with full kit. That's nuts, Dougal. 44 in a helicopter, right? Just goes to show the advances. But with all that weight, he's falling in 30 seconds, right? In the dark, onto terrain he can't see until the last couple of seconds. And he's under fire. Incredible. So the formation, as we're flying here, you're probably wondering, well, how did they fly in formation? How did all that look, right? Well, effectively what we had, on the evening of the 5th of June, more than 800 of these aircraft departed from airfields scattered all across England, including the ones that we did ourselves. They flew in formation of 9 aircraft. Oh, Jesus, there's buttons. Stu Snape! He's pressing buttons! Jesus! Stu Snape has gifted 10 Tier 1 subs to the community because he's mad. Stu, thank you very much indeed. Lads, if you got a Tier 1 sub, thanks to Stu Snape, well, do be sure to say thank you. Incredible support, Stu. Cheers, buddy. What a legend. So the formation, right? They flew in formation of 9 aircraft, a V of Vs, which looked very orderly on the map, of course, but they were considerably less orderly in the dark over the English Channel. So if you think of a V, right, a V of Vs, so you either had an aircraft at the very front, which was usually the case, 4 off his left wing, 4 off his right wing in a V, right? And it was usually the lead aircraft had the Rebecca system on board that we'll learn about in a moment. Cloud banks formed forced formation breaks. Anti-aircraft fire from German coastal positions caused pilots to take evasive action, altering their airspeed, their heading, and some aircraft climbed to avoid flak, some descended. So by the time they crossed the French coast and approached the drop zones, many formations had broken apart entirely, right? Pilots who couldn't see the ground, couldn't see each other, and couldn't reliably determine their own position were making split-second decisions about when to give the green light. Some made good decisions. Many didn't. The result was a scatter that became one of the defining facts of the entire operation. And considering, if you look at the avionics in our aircraft this evening, there's no glass, there's no radar, there's no little map, no sat-nav. That's what they had, right? Crazy. Are we all getting on okay so far? Shall I continue? I'm trying to go as slow as I can go. If I go below 140 knots, it starts putting out. Circle. Keep circling. She'll be grand, Stu, don't worry. Now, we are about to ramble out over the south coast of England. Flatbush is our next waypoint. Bring up our map. So at Flatbush, this is where we'll keep an eye on our altitude. We might drop it down now to 1,000 feet, right? Let's see if I can do this properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's see what this does. As I use a little bit of autopilot ingenuity.
Hello there.
Right, and we watch our speed here as well. Ethan the pilot, thank you very much indeed for the follow. There is also no tail. There's no tail. Think of the Cyrus. Now, what I also recommend, lads, there's a full moon. I am going to extend the time of day. We're going to push 1 hour ahead. Local time is 21:38. Let's go 22:38. We'll go one. Although, do we need to? What's it going to be like in 20 minutes? No, never mind. Leave it be. This could work out okay. Right, so there's 1,000 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what's she level. Okay, there's 1,000 feet, right? Now when it comes to our lights, beacon, landing, position. Position lights coming off. We can keep our cockpit lights on for the moment, but effectively now, the only light that should be on our aircraft, now these lads have passing lights on, they're okay for the minute. The only light should be on is our tail light, so the aircraft behind us can see us. Alright? That's what we're planning for the moment. So we move on. As our cloud cover is in some areas disappearing, in other places we can see cloud building up. And we need to watch for that. Oh, look at this, she's not holding altitude. Let's see what she level off here now. I just want it to hold. We'll keep an eye on it. So, a letter that almost stopped everything. The general who said no, right? There is a letter, it's a historical record, that almost cancelled the entire operation before a single man boarded an airplane. And it didn't come from a politician. It didn't come from a civilian bureaucrat uncomfortable with the risks. It came from a senior Allied commander, Air Chief Marshal Sir Tafford Lee Mallory, commanding the Allied Air Forces for Operation Overlord. Lee Mallory wrote to Eisenhower in the days before the invasion and told him, in formal military language, that the planned airborne assault would result in what he called, and these are his documented words, a futile slaughter. His casualty estimate ran as high as 70% among glider pilots, with some sources distinguishing 50% losses amongst paratroopers. He recommended cancellation. As we all know, Eisenhower didn't cancel. That decision, that one decision by Eisenhower, right? That decision by one man, under all of that pressure, planning for years. The weather had already given postponements. It is one of the most consequential individual choices of the entire war. There's a new movie out. It's called Pressure. Hey, Clem is here. It's called Pressure. Isn't it called Pressure? It was released in the United States, and it covers the story of Eisenhower during the roll-up to D-Day, where it covers the weather, the implications, fascinating stuff. I learned about this a few years ago. There's now a movie on it. Now, it's not due out in Europe until September, but as far as I know, it's released out in the United States right now. So if you've seen it, I need to see it, lads. But anyway, why Lee Mallory was concerned, it wasn't that he was timid. Far from it. He was looking at it from an engineering perspective. He looked at the same anti-aircraft positions, the same cloud cover forecast, the same drop zone geometry, and he reached a different conclusion about what was survivable. It wasn't, personality. It was a disagreement about risk calculation. The reason why he didn't like this so much, a year prior, in July 1943, you had the operation from the Airborne in Sicily, the Allied invasion of the island, which was a catastrophic coordination failure, resulting in Allied anti-aircraft gunners shooting down American airborne troops. Friendly fire. If that could happen in Sicily, a relatively straightforward operation, but what could happen if you added the navigational uncertainty, German anti-aircraft, bad weather, and drop zone geometry that placed paratroopers deep into the Cotentin Peninsula? You can kind of get it, right? Eisenhower's counter-argument rested on strategic necessity. Utah Beach was the western anchor of the entire Overlord front. It depended on the quick movement of troops inland through the causeways that crossed flooded ground. If the causeways were not secured from the western side before the seaborne troops hit the beach, the men coming ashore would be channeled through bottlenecks that well-positioned German defenders could devastate. Without the airborne securing those exits, Utah would fall. If Utah fell, the entire western flank of the invasion was exposed. The calculus was brutal, but not irrational. Accept predicted casualties in the airborne operation or risk far larger casualties and potentially strategic failure on the beach. He wrote a note that evening, the 5th of June, that he kept in his pocket. This is Eisenhower. If the operation was to have failed, he wrote, our landings in the Cherbourg-Havre area have failed to gain a satisfactory foothold. It began. This note lives in the American archives, the National Archives. He went on then to say it would have been him and him alone that would have taken full responsibility. And I think that's what this new movie covers about Eisenhower. It's fascinating, and the people around him. Lee Mallory's prediction proved to be a little bit pessimistic, but the underlying concern wasn't wrong, right? Lee Mallory reckoned there'd be losses of up to 70%. In reality, I think it was around 20%. There were losses. There was catastrophic losses, but it wasn't as bad as he had thought it was going to be. Now, we are heading towards Gallup. We're now at a stage... We're all right. Once we get to Gallup, we're going to check back in. At this stage, lads, I'm going to tell you to check your fuel. We're still running on our main tanks, which is what we want. So a quick check on our left main and right main. Once we start our parachute drop run, we're going to go on to our auxiliary tanks, right? It's auxiliary tanks is what we're going to go on to. But for the moment, we seem to be doing quite okay. We have a very tight formation here. I'm loving this, lads. This looks insane. Look. Absolutely incredible. Isn't that gorgeous? Out into the nighttime sky we go, look. Incredible. So, the grand deception, I mentioned this earlier on. Why didn't they just go from, or go for the Pas de Calais. The biggest con of the Second World War, it was called Operation Fortitude. Now, the entire operation, it's hard to believe this was actually a thing. It's the most coolest and maddest thing ever, right? The 13 men in these aircraft were not the only reason for the Normandy landings having a chance to succeed. In the months and weeks prior to June 6th, one of the most elaborate and brilliantly executed deception operations in military history was running. It was designed to make the entire German High Command look the wrong way. Operation Bodyguard was the umbrella that allied deception strategy for the invasion of Northwest Europe. Within it, Operation Fortitude was the critical piece, and it worked almost perfectly. Fortitude North, a campaign to convince the Germans that a major Allied invasion of Norway was being planned. They had fake radio traffic, false reports. They even had inflatable equipment positioned in Scottish ports. It worked well enough to keep significant German forces tied down in Scandinavia for the entirety of the war. Fortitude South, well, that was the main effort, and its target was one of the most deeply held German convictions of 1944. That when the Allies crossed the Channel, they would do so at the Pas de Calais. It is, after all, the narrowest point between England and France, 21 miles of open water. The most logical crossing, the most defensible on both sides. The Germans were almost certain that's where the blow would fall. The Allies didn't correct them. In fact, they fed the belief, they nurtured it, and they made it the foundation of the greatest strategic deception in history. At the centrepiece of Fortitude South was an entirely fictional, the 1st United States Army Group, or FUSAC. On paper, it was the largest army formation in Britain, and it had a command structure, radio traffic, supply movements, and even a command headquarters. In reality, it existed almost entirely of fiction maintained through electronic signals, planted reports, and its most masterly touch, a commander. FUSAC was commanded by none other than General George S. Patton. Now, the Germans considered Patton as the most dangerous American general. They thought he was the best, and they said, well, if Patton's there, that's where this is coming from. Their intelligence assessments consistently identified him as the likely commander of any major Allied offensive. By giving the Ghost Army his name, the Allies turned their best deception asset into something the Germans could not bring themselves to disbelieve. Fake ports were constructed in the south of England. Inflatable tanks, so-called rubber divisions, were positioned in fields to German aerial reconnaissance. Dummy landing craft appeared in harbours along the Kent coast, and even the BBC ran programmes referencing FUSAG formations. The entire elaborate structure was designed to do one thing: make the Germans commit their reserves to defending the Pas de Calais. Now, you might be wondering, how did poor old Patton end up there? Patton did something he did something fair stupid. It was said he went into a field station hospital and there was someone suffering from shell shock, effectively, right? And Patton comes along to say, shell shock, sure, that's not real. That's only a coward would say that. It's a Jewish term. And he pistol whipped your man. He got in savage trouble about this. And of course, American bureaucracy, get him back home and we're going to deal with him. So, Jesus! We've had buttons pressed. Old Veteran 965 has just gone in with 10 gifted Tier 1 subs. The man is a legend. Scott, thank you very much indeed. And lads, if you got a Tier 1 sub with thanks to Old Veteran 965, do be sure to say thank you. Incredible support, Scott. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Whoa! So anyway, Eisenhower had a problem. What am I going to do with Patton? Patton is brilliant, but he's after getting in trouble. So Eisenhower, in his genius, said, Patton, I'm putting you in charge of this. Right? Jesus, there's more! There's more! There's buttons! It's all gone pear-shaped! Abort! Jesus! What happened there? Cyrus T in with 5 gifted Tier 1 subs. Jesus! It's all happening now. Cyrus T, thank you very much indeed. Lads, if you've got a tier 1 sub, a thanks to Cyrus T, do be sure to say thank you. And then out of nowhere, Foxfly Pete said, hang on, he gifted 20 tier 1 subs from Foxfly Pete. Thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you got a tier 1 sub from Foxfly Pete, do be sure to say thank you. Incredible support. Thank you very, very much. Yous are mad. Absolutely mad. Me watch is hopping. Why is me watch hopping? Yous are mad. Connected to CarPlay. Wait, what? Is someone trying to take me Skoda? Right. Insane support, lads. Thank you very, very much indeed. You're very kind. So the story of Patton. Eisenhower was a genius. Patton, I want you in charge of this. What? Alright. He knew. Eisenhower did him a favour, and of course Patton liked being the big man up front with the cameras, you know, the dual pistol wielding mad, you know, general. He was brilliant. He was brilliant. Aviator, thank you very much indeed for the bits. Cheers, buddy. So there was more than just that. We also had double agents. None of this would have worked without the human intelligence layer. And of course, Ian Fleming, behind James Bond, he was involved in some of this. The British intelligence services pulled off something extraordinary. It was the systematic turning of every German spy operating in Britain. The British managed to turn all these German spies. The most remarkable of these was one Pujol Garcia. He was codenamed Garbo by British and Arabelle by the Germans. So to the British he was known as Garbo, but the Germans he was known as Arabelle. He was a Spaniard, he hated fascism and had volunteered his services to the British, and at the time they turned him down in Spain. They're like, no, we're okay. So he said, right, I'll go and offer my services to the Germans. And they said, with the idea of, I'll go back to the Brits now to tell them I work for the Germans. And the Germans said, well, we need you to live in England. Jesus! There's more of it! Bloody hell. Rambog Mord, you absolute mad ticket. Lads, we just got 10 gifted tier 1 subs from Rambog Mord. If you just got one, do be sure to say thank you. Rambog, thank you very much indeed, buddy. That's insane support tonight. Lads, thanks a million. You're very kind. Jesus. But yeah, Garbo. So he got the job with the Germans, right? Wunderbar. They were like, yeah, but we need you to be in England. And of course, he couldn't get to England. The British were like, no, we're not giving you entry. So what he ended up doing, by using newspapers and going to the library, he managed to get all this information back to himself in Spain. And he started sending letters to his handler in Germany, and he thought, well, this is coming in from England. He created a cast, all these characters, then they were based all around England, and he said some kind of out-of-date things, right? There's a great historian and author, is it Levesque or Levine? I forget his name, but Levine, he's brilliant. He wrote a book on Operation Fortitude and all this, and he tells the story better. But basically, he made it look that he was actually in England when he wasn't. So then when he rambled back up to the Brits to say, by the way, I'm working for the Germans here, they were like, quick, come on in, you're brilliant. He was so convincing, the Germans awarded him the Iron Cross, and then the British subsequently awarded him with an MBE. You need to look up the story of Garbo. It is fascinating. Fascinating. He was mad. The ideas he came up with. He had all these characters, he had a guy living in Dover, he had another lad in Wales, and they were telling you what was going on in the area, and oh yeah, there's a lot of troop movements here, and even the whole idea of deception, he had to give them some real information so he'd be plausible. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff. Garbo's carefully crafted false reports reinforced that the Pas-de-Calais narrative was the main site at the critical moment. On the night of the 5th of June, he sent a message to his German handlers warning that something was happening but arriving too late to be useful. And that was deliberate. It built his credibility with the Germans while ensuring that the warning was useless. Now, Garbo actually told them they are invading. You're going to see a lot of activity in the region around Normandy before they even got there. The Germans got information that there's going to be an assault in Normandy. However, this is not the main assault. This is a decoy. Everything is going to hit the Pas de Calais. Everything is going for the Pas de Calais, right? Now, the Germans did nothing, and that allowed Garbo to say, look, I told you, why didn't you do something in Normandy? I told you there was going to be stuff. You will better listen to me the next time. And the Germans were like, right, okay, Jesus, right. So, after the Normandy landings began, Garbo, who sent the message that convinced the German High Command that Normandy was the diversion and that the real blow was still coming in the Pas de Calais, the message may have been the single most important intelligent act of the war. And the reason being is that letter, it was found after and it had the seal of Hitler, that got all the way up the road. And by doing so, critically, the Germans held back 2 panzer divisions. Instead of having them all in Normandy, and people always say there's so many small little things that could have happened. If the Germans didn't hold back those panzer divisions and push them into Normandy, they would have driven the entire Allied invasion force back into the sea. No question about it. But they held them in reserve, waiting for an army invasion that was never going to happen. And this is where the importance of this entire Operation Bodyguard and Fortitude, that's why it's so important, right? Also, we had Roman Chernowski, codenamed Brutus, played a supporting role, feeding the German networks with false information about FUSAG, the unit movements, keeping the Pas de Calais fiction alive. But in addition to the espionage and all the cool stuff going on, like James Bond stuff, they had to physically cause diversions on the night, and this is where the famous dam busters come in. On the night of the 5th of June itself, the deception extended into the air. RAF bombers flew precise patterns over the English Channel, dropping strips of metallized foil, codenamed window, we know it today as chaff, right, in carefully circulated quantities and intervals. On the German radar screens, these strips of aluminium produced signatures that looked exactly like a massive fleet of ships heading slowly towards the Pas de Calais. The reason 617 Squadron, the legendary dam busters, flew Operation Taxable that night, one of the most technically demanding missions in RAF history, it was a precisely timed oval circuit over the channel, with each aircraft dropping window on exact headings and timings, so that the radar picture built up gradually into what appeared to be a convoy of some 200 ships, making 8 knots towards the coast. In addition, they also had dummy parachutes called Rupert dolls, about 1/8 the size of a man, a Rupert doll, and they were dropped further back behind enemy lines. The idea being is the Germans say, they're over here, right? And then when they get to them, they said, these are dolls. And then when they see other parachutes, the actual guys coming in, they're thinking, these are just dolls again. Deception. Isn't it incredible? It's absolutely incredible, right? It's just incredible. So the effect, the German High Command on the morning of the 6th of June faced a decision about their armoured reserves. The panzer divisions that were the only force capable of driving the Allies back into the sea, and because of Garbo, because of FUSAG, and because of everything that Fortitude had built, they hesitated. Hitler himself refused to release the panzer reserve for hours after the landing began, convinced that Normandy was a feint and that the real invasion was still coming at the Pas de Calais. By the time those divisions moved, the beachheads were consolidating. The decision to hold them back may have been the most consequential mistake of the German war. Madness. Right, we're halfway through my notes. We'll park them there because things are about to get serious here now in a minute. How are we all doing, lads? Right? Patrick, good to see you. You use similar stuff in Iraq? What? Jesus. Okay, our next waypoint is Hoboken. Now at this stage, lads, this time of day, I think we're looking good, right? This is looking exceptionally good. If you're flying in C-47s or DC-3s, there is a light over your head. It's called passing on. You turn those off, right? You should be teaching history at school. This will bore the legs off many people, but I'm into it, so what can I do? I'm a victim of my own, you know, interests. Man, look at the state of this, look. And you can barely see it. Look, I'll turn on name tags. Isn't that something? I'm not paying attention to YouTube. Jesus, hang on, Gene. Oh no! Karen Nile, thank you very much indeed. Oh no! Black Sheep Gene! Jesus! There's buttons! $100 from Black Sheep Gene. Bloody hell, $11.99 from Kieran Nile. Captain Sickbag with 10 memberships. Why aren't those alerts working? Bloody hell. Captain Sickbag, Kieran Nile and Black Sheep Gene. Lads, thank you so very, very much indeed for the gifted memberships, lads. Do be sure to say thank you to Captain Sickbag and for Gene and for Kieran Nile. A great bunch of lads. Thank you very, very much indeed. That's insane, man. Insane. Good man for reminding me, Gene. I'd have been lost for... Right. I'd have been lost. Right. Hoboken. This is our next waypoint. Then it's going to be a left turn. Course heading 120 degrees. Mustafa, good to see you, buddy. Dude, can't wait to see you over at St. Paul, man. That paid for the first round in St. Paul, right? Johnson, yeah, 100%, buddy. I've got four co-workers watching this on your work monitor. Meg Manster, hello! Get back to work! What time do you call this? Oh, that's just incredible. Now, lads, as I said, this is all going to start getting a little bit mad now in a moment. As we approach, I mean, the French coast, it's way off there in the distance. We can kind of see it, right? That's where we're headed. So we're going to start a course correction here now shortly. We're at 1,200 feet. What I recommend is we're going to drop even further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's just get our altitude down a smidgen. We are descending, but slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Now, not too much. Just shy of 1,000 feet will do. And I just want us to level off here. Easy now. Easy. Alright, roughly there. Empire Kicking, thank you very much indeed for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a great stream, buddy. Welcome aboard. That was my third alert. Third time's a charm. Gene, you're absolutely crazy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Unbelievable, Gene. Thank you very, very much. Insane, man. Insane. Right. We can't see much.
Allow myself to introduce myself.
We cannot see much here at all. So we'll get on a little light, right? The Vulcan would have scared them back in the day. It was all about, like, the psychological warfare that went on, lads. Frightening. Right, lads. Left turn coming in. We're heading over to 120 degrees. Here we go. We roll on this for about 50 miles for our next waypoint. Empire, thank you very much indeed, dude, for the resub. 47 months, man. Thank you very much. We can't see much here at all. Nothing concerned about that. 100%. Now look, we can see the French coast. Now let's get ourselves on course. We do have a couple of stutters, but hopefully we can live through them. Easy now. Alright, we're kind of looking good. Right, lads, at this stage, we want to make sure that all our exterior lights are off. All right. Quick check around your aircraft. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look, lads. Massive stutter. We'll try it again. Unbelievable. Right, I didn't do this earlier, but we need to do it now. We need to get an actual head count. We need to get a head count. How many people are flying along with us, right? So, if you are currently flying with us, if you're on the PlayStation, or if you're on the Xbox, press number 1. If you're on the PC, it's number 2. If you're flying with us with Say Intentions, it's number 3. And for everyone else, if you're enjoying yourselves, number 4. Beautiful. Right. Now, we 30, how many? 35 in PC, 5 in console, 4 in groupie. Nice. Alright. We're doing alright. Silver, thank you very much indeed, buddy. 2 months, man. Cheers. We're going to have issues with model matching. We're going to have issues with stutters. There's nothing we can do, lads. We'll just do our best. That's all we can do. Alright. So, altitude, we are at 1,000 feet. Speed is looking good. So we're keeping it all together. Kozaki is a Pathfinder tonight. Man yourself. The jump is episode 1, or no, 2. The training was episode 1. The actual jump was episode 2. There's someone in the sky. Oh wait, there's someone there in a Sky Raider. Yeah. Black Knight, good to see you, buddy. Winkle Gassler, good evening. Hope you're well. Alright, we continue on. We're now heading to our next waypoint. This one is Peoria. Alright. That's where we're heading to next. But before we get there, the weather forecast. Even with 13,000 paratroopers loaded and ready, with a phantom army convincing the Germans to look the other way, with the largest naval armada in history waiting offshore, well, D-Day almost didn't happen on June the 6th. The original date was actually June the 5th. General Eisenhower, he was committed to it. The men were briefed, the aircraft loaded, even the fleet were put to sea. Then the weather closed in. The English Channel in early June is not a friendly environment. Atlantic depressions track across it regularly, and the window of conditions required for a successful invasion was extraordinarily narrow. The operation needed calm enough seas for the landing craft, clear enough skies for the airborne, and specific tidal and lunar conditions to expose the beach obstacles that the Germans had planted. It was Group Captain James Stagg's job to find that window. Stagg was Eisenhower's chief meteorologist. He was a Scotsman, a scientist, and a man who understood that the supreme commander of Allied forces in Europe was waiting on his forecast in a way that no other weather briefing had ever been waited upon before. Stagg's operation was a genuine collective scientific effort. Weather data was being gathered from a network of stations across Britain, Ireland, Iceland, and from ships and aircraft across the North Atlantic. The challenge was that Britain and America used different forecasting methods. The British relying on the Bergen synoptic method of tracking pressure systems, the Americans on a more empirical, statistical approach. The two schools frequently disagreed, and on this particular set of fronts, in this particular week, they disagreed significantly. Manually, thank you very much for the follow. Are we going the right way? We are. Small course correction. I hope this works. I can't see a thing. Do we even have a bit of horizon? We kind of do. We just need to turn right a little bit. The data that broke the deadlock came, in part, from a place about as far removed from the English Channel as is possible to get while still being in northwest Europe. Blacksod Lighthouse on the very western tip of Belmullet's Peninsula in County Mayo, Ireland. The lighthouse keeper there and the meteorologists who made the critical observations was Maureen Flavin Sweeney. Recently married, she was working at one of the most exposed weather stations in Ireland, getting ready to celebrate her birthday the next day. Her observations on June the 3rd indicated a low-pressure system moving through, and crucially, a brief window of improving conditions behind it. A ridge of high pressure. Narrow, not long-lasting, but real. Those recordings and readings were encoded and transmitted, and they entered Stagg's analysis, and they helped him identify what became known as the Stagg window, a brief improvement of conditions starting on the 6th of June that would allow the operation to proceed. if only just. The briefing itself in the early hours of June the 5th was one of the most pressure-laden meteorological presentations in history. Eisenhower, Montgomery, Ramsey and Lee Mallory, the senior Allied commanders, gathered in the library at Southwick House, the invasion's planning headquarters, and outside, well, the weather was terrible. The fleet had already been recalled from its initial sailing. Another postponement risked the entire operation. The tidal window for the beach obstacles would not reoccur for weeks. Where's me mouse? Are we going the right way? We need to turn a bit. I can't see anything. This is pure dark. But I think we're going okay. We'll find out now if we're turning. I think I'm turning. Jesus. It's pure nighttime.
Who's in charge? You haven't a clue what you're doing.
Right, we're turning. Jesus. Right? We go with the instruments, but the turn is so slight. I just want to make sure we're bang on the money here. Anyway. Stagg stood up and told them there is a window. June the 6th. Conditions will be marginal. Cloud base low. Sea state rough by normal standards. Visibility uncertain. But within the operational thresholds for a landing. It will close again after that. It is now or not. For weeks. Eisenhower sat in silence for several minutes. The accounts of those present describe a room in which the weight of what was being decided was physically present. Then he said, "Okay, we go." As dawn broke on the 6th of June, the weather over Normandy was far from perfect. The seas were rough, but many men in the landing craft even getting seasick before they reached the beach. The cloud base was low enough to complete the airborne navigation, but it was survivable. It was within the window. Good woman, Maureen. So, what we can see here, this is pitch black. We can see nothing. We have our instruments, we can work these out, and if we need to, we can, quick dash of red lighting. Yeah, everything's doing grand. Check your fuel. Yeah, we're all grand. Right, lights off. And we can start seeing the coast appear, right? But the lead aircraft had a way to interpret what was happening, and it was part of the pathfinders, the Eureka and Rebecca system. So before the paratroopers' main body, the 13,000 of them, jumped, before the naval guns opened fire, before the landing craft even got to the beaches, a smaller group of men went first. At approximately 15 minutes after midnight on June the 6th, a C-47 carrying 18 men crossed the Norman coastline at low altitude and began its approach. The man standing in the door was Captain Frank Lillyman, 28 years old, commander of the Pathfinder detachment of the 101st Airborne Division. He'd a torn ligament from training. He jumped anyway. Now, Lillyman jumped with a lit cigar clenched in between his teeth, a personal substitution he had maintained throughout his airborne career. He was, as far as historical record establishes, the first American paratrooper to land in France on D-Day. Now, there's also a number of others. For example, if we were to say, well, look, who was the first Allied soldier? Well, that probably goes to British Lieutenant Den Rotheridge of the Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry, landed by glider at approximately 16 minutes after midnight near Pegasus Bridge, possibly minutes before Lillyman's parachute drop, and was the first Allied soldier killed in action in the Normandy landings. American beach forces were led ashore later by Captain Leonard T. Schroeder on with the 4th Infantry Division at Utah Beach. Lillyman's correct claim is the first American paratrooper to land in France on D-Day. However, he's not necessarily the first Allied soldier overall. But the jury is not, I think, 100% on that, right? Course correction, we're drifting. Now, the Pathfinder concept was born directly from the Sicily disaster of July 43. If the route problem was the transport pilots couldn't reliably find their drop zones in the dark, the solution was to send a small team ahead first, with equipment that could actively guide the incoming aircraft to the correct position from the ground. Pathfinder teams would jump about 1 hour before the main body, set up the designated drop zone and mark it with both radar beacons and visual signals. The incoming C-47s would acquire these signals and then release their sticks, paratroopers, over the right field. In theory, it was clean and logical. In practice, it depended on a chain of conditions that June the 5th and 6th didn't reliably have. We're getting very close. We're all still here together, lads. The weather's not great, but we're all here together. We'll keep doing our thing. There's a bit of a left turn as we head up to Peoria. So at the technical heart of the Pathfinder mission was the Eureka-Rebecca system, a piece of technology that was revolutionary for its time and genuinely difficult to make work under combat conditions. The Eureka was a ground-based transponder, a portable unit weighing about 14 pounds that the Pathfinder team carried in and set up at the drop zone. It's essentially a radar responder. When interrogated by an incoming signal, it sent back a coded reply on a specific frequency. The Rebecca was the airborne half of the system. The receiver mounted in the lead aircraft of the incoming formation. It transmitted a pulse. The Eureka on the ground responded, and the Rebecca receiver displayed the result as a bearing and a rough distance to that beacon. Now, under good conditions, effective range was about 10 miles. Under actual conditions, with cloud, evasive manoeuvring, broken formations, it was considerably less reliable. The angle of approach mattered significantly. A pilot approaching the beacon from directionally ahead received a clean bearing. A pilot who was off axis, coming in at an angle because of his formation had drifted, during evasive manoeuvres perhaps, received a bearing that was harder to interpret on the primitive cockpit display of this 1944 transport aircraft. The system was significantly better than nothing, but it wasn't the precise electronic guidance that the planning documents may have implied. In addition to the Eureka beacon, Pathfinder teams laid out T-shaped patterns of amber krypton lights on the drop zone. 7 lights in total, arranged to indicate the axis of the zone and the wind direction. Those 7 lights, visible to pilots at altitude through whatever cloud persisted, represented the difference between a correctly placed drop and another contribution of the scatter. Now, Lilliman's team of 18 men landed slightly off target, roughly a mile off their drop zone, near Saint-Germain-de-Verville. In a dark Norman field with hedgerows breaking line of sight, no visible landmarks, 1 mile is not trivial. They had approximately 60 minutes to set up before the main lift arrived. Think about what setting up meant. The Eureka sets, well, they were heavy. They needed to be positioned and activated at specific points of the zone. The amber lights needed to be laid out in the correct pattern, and all of this had to happen while moving through unfamiliar terrain, in the darkness, potentially under observation by German troops. 6 men held the security perimeter, while the rest went to work. They couldn't dig in. The noise would compromise their position. They could only transmit freely. Radio silence protocols limited what they could send. They had to remain where the beacon needed to be, which might be precisely where a German patrol was most likely to pass. It was the most exposed position in the entire operation, and it was assigned to men who had specifically volunteered for it. Lilliman's team, the relative success in marking Drop Zone A contributed to more accurate drops for at least one of the regiments that followed him in. Where Pathfinder teams landed close to their assigned zones and established their beacons in time, drops were more concentrated. Where they had missed their drop zones or lost equipment, or been engaged by German patrols before they could set up, the incoming aircraft had to fall back or had to use dead reckoning in the dark. What? Right, lads, here is our coast. We'll go back to reading in a moment. So, that cloud, it looks like it's starting to break. We can see a little bit more now. We got tons of aircraft with us. Remember your lights, lads. Oh, be Janie then. Okay, line up ourselves. We need to go to our fuel. We're going to move our tanks to auxiliary. Right side, right auxiliary. Button Smurf. Right auxiliary, left auxiliary. And we keep an eye. Altitude, we're at 1,000 feet. We're going to have to dip down. It looks as if our pathfinders have triggered friggin' German searchlights. Now, we wait. Jesus, I can see flak ahead, lads. Easing out. Watch your speed. We're not dropping here. We need to fly straight on. Man alive, isn't it unreal? Right. Anyone not make it? Jesus, look. So this scenery, this is all made by Jeppesen 2001. There's anti-aircraft guns on the ground. There's paratroopers actually being deployed in some areas. Remember the 82nd with Mission Boston, they're dropping just up the road from us. There's also bombers flying back. There's a fleet of B-17s coming back as well. And that's all included in the scenery, along with the sounds that you're hearing. The Pathfinders must have set these guys off. That's why we're seeing so much action. We haven't even got to our drop zone yet. Our drop zone is a little bit further up. But that is the view. Imagine, lads. Just imagine having to go through that. It's something else, isn't it? That backdrop, like, it's unbelievable. Isn't that something? Right, we continue. We're getting close to our drop zone. We're on the correct fuel, so what we need to do here is make sure our speed is reduced, and we need to drop a little bit of altitude for this as well. So easy does it. Start bringing that power back. Yeah, German radar was very advanced. Here's something that an awful lot of people don't necessarily know. So you're aware of the Manhattan Project, right? And the cost of the Manhattan Project, right? Well, to put things into perspective, the Germans invested, within reason, the same percentage of resources financially into the development of radar than what the Americans did, percentage-wise, into the research and development of the Manhattan Project. The Germans were all for radar. Do you know the round radar dish? It's on the side of your house. That's a German design. The round satellite dish, as we call it, that was a German design. And it was all during the time of learning radar. All right, watch your altitude. Easy now. That's a door open. Come on, give us altitude there, Betsy. Jesus, we've more searchlights. This is around San Mary Glees. Alright, can she hold altitude? Easy plane. We're getting stutters again, but don't worry. Easy plane. Come on, Betsy, climb. We may fly this one manually, boys. It's a long way to Tipperary, right? Now, lads, have a look at this scenery up here because you will actually see paratroopers in that skyline. Just let me get me tracking right. You see them in the searchlights? And that's all thanks to Jeppesen, look. We got ourselves paratroopers dropping. Hundreds of them. So we're heading towards our next drop zone. Savage, isn't it? See the paratroopers? That's insane looking. Alright, speed is good.
behave.
Now, Jesus. The weather kind of closed in and I couldn't see what I was doing. Plus, I think my autopilot is shagged. But we're grand. We're totally grand, right? Wild Moo Queen, yeah, 100%. Right, hang on now. We're kind of, well, we're all right. So we're at, this waypoint is called Paducah. This is on our way back out. And I just want to get under this cloud layer because it is killing us. The door's closed. And just get our altitude down a little bit, get ourselves tidied up. We'll follow the lads. And then we're on the home straight. Or at least that's the hope, right? Daring Daz, not at all, buddy. Not at all. Guys, I hope you enjoy it. And like, look, this is our way of commemorating the event, right? And making sure that, you know, this will not be forgotten. That's what it's all about. This will just not be forgotten. Right, we're kind of doing better. I just brought the time of day back up because, like, if you're watching this at home, you're probably thinking, what is going on, right? Now, we need to get our trim completely reset here because it's in a hoop. Easy, Jemima. Altitude coming down. Easy. Flying by instruments on a friggin' analog plane. I mean, you know what I mean? How did they do it, like? Like, do you know, under fire as well? Crazy. So next waypoint is Spokane, which is there. We drifted off a little bit, but that's expected. We'd fire. And then it's going to be a left turn back up to Gallup. And then we're going to head back for a full stop. So the vast majority did one drop, came back, and they had to wait. Because some aircraft were requisitioned for supply drop, others were used for medevac, and then others were bringing in equipment. Yeah, lads, can we get points of Guinness emotes into the chat? This is all thanks to Jeppesen 2001. He built this scenery by hand, all of it. Absolutely incredible stuff. We have a couple of stutters. Multiplayer isn't doing its best. Some lights are coming on with aircraft, even though the pilot has the lights turned off. There's model matching issues for sure. We can hope for a better day of model matching. You know what I mean? Right, can I autopilot, heading mode, altitude hold, and let's see will she behave herself. I think she's going to behave herself now. Yeah, incredible stuff. When it comes out, it's already out, it's already available. You can pick it up over on the website for free. I don't know how he does half the stuff he did. Yeah, it's insane. Jeppesen is a legend. I'd love to see the scenery expanded through the whole coast. Yeah, right? Yeah, Muse, I brought me time of day back a little bit because you can't see Chagall. So I brought it back to 22:30 local, just so we can kind of see what's going on. Because I want to, like, we have an amazing convoy of aircraft. Look. I mean, that's incredible, lads. Is that not incredible? You'd be doing this all day, but it's absolutely incredible, so it is. It's gorgeous. And starters. and strutters and everything that goes with it, right? Right, where are we now? We're all right, we're going the right way. Get our speed back up there. We're still on our auxiliary tanks. How are they looking? They're actually looking okay. Our mains are okay. Let's stay in our auxiliary tanks for now, right? And we're heading on our way back now. But we have more information. So, the parachute drop we just simulated, right? Both drops, Albany for the 101st and Boston for the 82nd, well, they were badly scattered. Cloud cover, anti-aircraft fire that we saw, pilot evasion even through the men miles from the destinations, miles, right? And from the designated drop zones. By the most carefully established accounts, only around 15% of paratroopers landed in the right place. Some landed in flooded fields that the Germans had deliberately inundated to depths of 4 or 5 feet. And of course, men weighing 150, 160 pounds with an additional 90 to 100 pounds of equipment, some of them actually drowned before they could free themselves. Others rendered themselves combat ineffective because they had to literally cut away this equipment, and they might only have a single magazine of ammunition. Some of them even lost their rifles. Others landed alone in orchards or hedgerows with no way of knowing where they were or whether anyone else from their unit was within a mile of them. The silence of a Norman field at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, knowing that you're in occupied France and entirely alone, is a kind of fear that no amount of training fully prepares you for. With many testimonies from D-Day veterans, it is incredible to think how much of what actually worked on that morning was improvised by men who had been dropped in the wrong field, found 1 or 2 strangers they never met before, and yet they still went looking for something useful to do. The formal objectives were often out of reach. The informal objective, create confusion, keep German reserves from moving, buy time, and that was achieved partly through the chaos that happened to cut in the right direction. And this is why paratroopers were at the very elite of the armed services. The very elite, right? We're losing altitude. Easy now. Will she hold altitude? Get up the hill, not too much, and hold. Right, let's see if that works. So Sainte-Mère-Église. This is where the 82nd went. The 82nd Airborne's experience around Sainte-Mère-Église crystallised the whole operation's character. The town, it was already awake before the paratroopers arrived. A house fire had drawn French villagers and German soldiers into the square. Now, this was thought that the French resistance did this to assist with the paratroop landings, but that wasn't confirmed. When the C-47s flew over and troopers began jumping, some of them dropped directly into that lit square, under fire, with nowhere to manoeuvre. Some men were shot in their harnesses before they even hit the ground. One paratrooper landed on a roof, another in a tree, and Private John Steele's parachute caught on the church steeple, and he hung there, playing dead, for 2 hours, while the battle raged around him below. He was eventually taken prisoner, later escaped, and today a mannequin in paratrooper kit still hangs from that very same steeple, where it has been since the war, in his memory. And yet, the 82nd still secured Sainte-Mère-Église by morning time, the first French town liberated on D-Day, because enough men from enough different aircraft found each other in the hedgerows and they kept pushing towards the objective. It was the first flag raised over a liberated French town that went up at 0430 hours. Now, the German response, the scattered paratroopers spread across 50 miles of Norman countryside, created an unexpected strategic benefit. German forces in the area spent the critical first hours of June 6th unable to determine where the real threat was coming from. Isolated paratroopers were colliding with German patrols across a 50-mile area of the Cotentin Peninsula, creating the impression of a far larger, more coordinated assault than what actually existed. That confusion brought exactly the time the beach landings needed. One piece of improvised fortune: General Wilhelm Falley, commander of the German 91st Division, the division positioned in the drop zone area, was killed in the early hours of June 9th by American paratroopers from the 508th Regiment. Not because of any planned targeted operation, but because his car happened to approach a farmhouse that paratroopers had already occupied. His death removed the man most capable of directing a coordinated German counterattack against the airborne landings. It wasn't in any plan, but it just happened anyway. Madness. So, the Normandy landings themselves. We've all seen a handful of these jaw-dropping photographs of the beaches on D-Day. This is where Operation Neptune came to full fruition, bringing the troops to the beaches. Right, that was their main objective, and hopefully you get a better understanding now of where's the invasion map. If you get a better understanding that with the guys taking the beaches, the area just south, and I mean a handful of miles just south, they've already been somewhat secured by the paratroopers. They've already done the hard work. So when the guys hitting the beach, they were effectively inside a buffer zone. You had the Allies coming off the beach. Yes, you had German defenders, but in a lot of cases, then you had Allies from the paratroopers being able to close in and make their way back towards the beach. They secured the causeways, they secured the likes of Saint-Marie-d'Église, Saint-Marie-de-Mont, and their next mission was now to start pushing up towards their next objectives, in which you would have had the Americans tackle the western coast. You've heard of Big Red 1. That was to, punch through, bringing hardware and supplies in. Meanwhile, the British, they were going to punch forward to the town of Caen. Caen is the capital of Normandy. It's a major area, 8 roads in, 8 roads out, big city, and that's where the British were going to push after landing on Gold, Juno and Sword. The Canadians, of course, landing in Juno. The Canadians are interesting here because the Canadians, well, they were out for revenge. They wanted to, what's the word I'm looking for? Avenge the problem that happened up in Dieppe some years prior to that. The Allies had attempted a naval landing at Dieppe. Dieppe was heavily fortified and it was a disaster. The Allies were pushed back into the sea. Many people were taken capture. It was an absolute disaster. Many lessons were learned at Dieppe, but the Canadians had savage losses there. So they were now instructed to land at Juno Beach. They had British to their left and to the right, and that was their objective, to meet up with the British and push forward to Caen. All right. Roy says, Murph, what are the red labels on the main board? So these are indications of the German defences. And you'll see where Rommel's going to be. You can see different panzer divisions. You can see infantry divisions, right? And there's all sorts that the Germans had. They had Waffen-SS. They had the Luftwaffe at this stage. I mean, they were their retaliation at best. They just didn't have the air superiority. They weren't out of the game. They did do an awful lot of damage, did the Luftwaffe, but nowhere near the scale, and they just couldn't put up what the Allies had done, Now, there was other things going on further on, kind of south of Calais. The Germans with their, futuristic weapons, right? These super weapons, the rockets, V1 rockets, all this kind of jazz. Some of them did actually make contact on the lads coming in on Normandy. I only watched a documentary the other night. New evidence, some of the shipwrecks that they found shows that one of them was hit by a friggin' rocket. Crazy, right? Crazy. But that was the idea. Your paratroopers came in to secure the areas behind the beachheads. But could you imagine, from either side, okay, we've seen it very much so from the Allied side, the Americans, the British, the Canadian. We've seen all this. Imagine what it would have been like for the Germans. And for most of the Germans in Normandy, these were conscripted. These were not fanatical friggin' Nazis. A lot of them were just your standard Wehrmacht. These were German soldiers. They answered the call of their country. There's nothing wrong with that, right? These guys were put into these positions. And the German defences and the Atlantic Wall, having Rommel there, Rommel being the Germans' best general, he was in charge of the defences. Hitler did something weird whereby he had 2 generals and he didn't want one having all the power, so he kind of diluted them. That in itself was a friggin' disaster for the German perspective. And even on D-Day itself, the weather forecast that the Germans had was, well, there's going to be crappy weather. There's no way they're going to invade this weekend. Where was Rommel? Back in Germany celebrating his wife's birthday. Bought her a pair of shoes in Paris. Right? So all this is kicking off. His adjutant is like, we're under attack here. And Rommel's like, it's a false alarm. It's a decoy. It'll be grand. I'll be back on Monday. And of course the shoes he bought his wife are too small. Good man Rommel, right? But all this was going on. But for a lot of the German defenders, they were sent out here in like 1943. How boring that must have been. Okay, build up your defences. Rommel got there, he's like, lads, what is this Atlantic Wall? It doesn't exist. So he put all sorts of defensive measures in place. Barbed wire, mines, flooding the fields, these massive concrete turrets, rail guns. I mean, he put in serious stuff. The emphasis was on the Pas de Calais, not so much Normandy, but there was still stuff went into Normandy. And from the German perspective, living in these areas, I was at the Merville gun battery a couple of times, and it is just, I don't know, it's one of these places that the hairs on your arms and the back of your neck, it's so calm and peaceful, and you have an incredible view overlooking Omaha Beach, incredible, and you can even see further down to the right hand side down towards Gold and that, and it's so quiet and peaceful in a field, and they have these massive pillboxes, turrets, huge concrete, they're still there to this day. In actual fact, the gun emplacements are still there to this day. Could you imagine life for these guys for a year almost? Get up in the morning, do our routine, play a bit of football. This was all advertised as see the world, go on an adventure. A lot of these guys didn't sign up for what they saw on the morning of June the 6th. Could you imagine looking out from these positions out into the sea? I must bring up a map to show you where I'm looking at. This is fascinating stuff, right? And I've been here, I've visited here so many times. So where am I looking for? Where is the battery? Loch Sumer. Oh, is it Sumer? Where is this now? I'll find it now. There's Station 44. Remind me to go back to that. That's terribly important. That's a museum radar. That was the only facility in Normandy that was ran by the Luftwaffe. Top secret, and they managed to hold out for 10 days. They held off the British for 10 days at this facility. And that was a huge infrastructure plant for the Luftwaffe because it's radar. It was a radar station. We did a tour here. We had a private tour with... ironic enough, his name is Jean-Pierre. He brought us around, spoke to him, and we saw all... The bunker goes stories under the ground. Stories under the ground. You're looking down, I think it's like 5 stories deep. And this is where the absolute cutting edge of German technology with radar systems was operational. And this was controlled by the Luftwaffe. Station 44. If you ever get the chance to go there, it is incredible. The entire bunker is fully done up. That's how the military was advertised in every country. Join the war, fight the fight. Yeah, 100% Keen. That's exactly what it was, buddy. It's nuts, right? Even recently we saw this. But this Radar 44, the facility, man alive, the scale. You get there, you just think it's an airfield. It's not an airfield, lads. This, as I say, it goes stories down. And the defensive positions that they had, these guys weren't... This wasn't captured until days after D-Day. They managed to hold out, right? But is it Loch Sumer, I'm thinking? Here, Ver Sumer... here we go. Battery Long Sumer. This is it. The battery of Long Sumer. The Merville gun battery is down the road a bit. Now, this is how this looks today. The guns are still there, right? I have tons of photos of this stuff, and some of the pillboxes or catchments, they're completely destroyed. Reinforced concrete, German invention, right? But anyway, I want to see, do we have a view looking out from here? This kind of stuff here, right? These are mortar areas, and then they had ammunition bunkers, and it's a very, very strong position. And these are creating all sorts of hell for the beach. Some of these are able, they had a range of, was it 5 miles or something, right? This is a good shot. See the coast and where these were, and they would have been fully camouflaged netting and right back in the day, but the area is so peaceful, it's haunting. And these are completely open to the public. There's no admit. You drive in, you walk around. You walk around these. This is an observation post right in the cliff, and there's no fees or admission. A lot of the places in Normandy are left like this. You can walk around. Now, some of the other places you go into, yes, there's museums because they need the money. They don't get government funding, so your money goes towards keeping these things, alive, right? Close by then, this is the near Sumer. This is the Canadian cemetery. So we all know about Coville, with the US cemetery in Coville, which is massive, beautiful, very solemn. It's incredible when you go to these places. The Canadian, and then the British have some there as well. And then of course you have German cemeteries, which is fascinating. So here's a picture. You can see this took a direct round from probably a 105 or probably a 160 out at sea. Crunch, right? Savage damage. Savage. But these guns roared. Could you imagine that morning looking out? The sea would have been like just awash with naval vessels. It'd have been black. You wouldn't have seen anything. It'd have been black. All these ships slowly approaching. Aircraft coming overhead. Then you had this massive naval bombardment that the idea was obliterate anything and everything for the troops to get in. Some of them were successful, some of them worked, and some of them didn't. They were a disaster. They missed. A lot of the bomber lads, B-25s flew in. They overflew their drop zones. The wind was at them. Smoke, of course, from the initial bombings. They caused all sorts of crack behind enemy lines. But it's fascinating, and this is one of many gun batteries that you can just visit, right? So that's Long Sumer. Down the road here we have the Coville. So the Coville Sumer is just unbelievable. This there's the Overlord. So here's the cemetery in here. Look. Here's our cemetery. Yeah, here's the cemetery. This place it's beautiful. Remember old veteran Scott told us the story of this? He had the honour, and it is a huge honour. Scott was here. He had the honour of taking in the flag at the last post on one evening. His photos he showed us before. Incredible thing. And this Coville was set up as, at the time, a temporary burial ground, and then it became the official burial ground. You've watched Saving Private Ryan, the start of Saving Private Ryan. This is where he's walking around, right? And it's a very special place. You have the wall. What's the name of it? The Wall of the Forgotten, or something like that. I forget the name. But basically, in here there are thousands of names on the wall. And these are people who are never found. They never found them. They never found their dog tags. Don't know what happened to them. And tomorrow, June the 6th, the French, the British and the Americans, they always put on a show. They always do a flight past. There'll be a gun salute. There'll be you'll see it on the news tomorrow, which marks the 82nd anniversary, right? But Coville is a very special place. It is a very, very special place. Just down the road from it, you have the D-Day Museum. This is the largest collection of vehicles, which is just down the road. The Overlord Museum, I beg your pardon. It's the largest collection of vehicles, right? And they have everything. I mean, Panzers, they have a Tiger in there, flak 88s, you name it, they have it. They've Shermans, they've everything. Absolutely everything. That is an excellent museum. That is probably my second or my third favourite museum in all of Normandy, right? It is excellent. And it's all vehicles. That's their main thing. They have a couple of aircraft. They have a lot of flak 88s. They do have the landing craft. There was different types of landing craft, of course. If we were to go closer to the American side, so here we have Omaha Beach. They got a terrible time in Omaha. And then we have Pointe du Hoc. Now, Pointe du Hoc, this is the famous story of the Marines, scaling the wall, scaling the cliff to take out the guns at Pointe du Hoc. And the Germans, believe it or not, the Germans actually took the guns out of the turrets and replaced them with telegraph poles. The actual barrels were found out the road because the Germans were trying to move things around. They were like, they're not going to come all the way down to friggin' Normandy. Get these guns and get them up the road to the Pas de Calais. So they took them out. So when the Allied reconnaissance flew over, they saw these giant telegraph poles. They're like, hey, we got to silence this place. So the Air Force absolutely obliterated the place, bombed the absolute crap out of it, and that's why you see all of these holes. These are shell holes, shell scrape from bombs that were dropped from aircraft. They caused damage, but they didn't take the place out of commission. The reality was, them guns didn't fire. There was a German contingent here, and of course the US Marines scaled the cliff. And when they got up there, bit of firepower, but it wasn't that right, we've now secured it. The challenge for the Marines, which made the mission, and again, not an awful lot of people know this, they just think, yeah, the Marines scaled it and they took it and they were brilliant. They did. But the bigger story is, the Marines now found themselves completely cut off, and German reinforcements were coming back to take the position. The Marines literally had to hold out for reinforcements, and they did. They defended it. They had no option. What are you going to do? Jump off the cliff? You can't. So they stayed, they held it, and they fought off the Germans, and then they had resupply come in. It's an amazing story from the US Marines. Amazing. A lot of people just think they scaled the walls and that was it. Far from it, lads. Far from it. Right? Now, as we come up, you've the Maisie battery here. A lot of this stuff has only been found recently. And when I say recently, I'm talking maybe, the last 10 years. And the reason why it was only found is because, yes, there's been massive step-ups in, technology, but also drought. There's been a number of very hot summers, and satellite imagery can now see foundations and buildings buried or underneath trees, and so a lot of these faces were found recently. Army Rangers, sorry Colonel Fork, the Army Rangers. I'm saying Marines, the Rangers, the Army Rangers. My mistake. The Army Rangers, Pointe du Hoc, not the Marines. Don't know why I said the Marines. Thank you for the correction though. So yes, 100% it was the Army Rangers, not the Marines, right? But anyway, it was the Army Rangers. Now, my favourite of all museums, right? It's on the road between Sainte-Marie-de-Mont, and we're going to learn about this now, and Carentan. And down this road here, it's called Dead Man's Corner. This is Dead Man's Corner. And this is the story I told you earlier on, whereby there was a tank taken out of commission. The tank driver was left hanging on it. It got the name Dead Man's Corner. This is part of what's called the D-Day experience. And I can tell you, my absolute recommendation to anyone ever considering going to Normandy, this is a must-see. It's a must-see. If you do nothing else in Normandy, make sure you get to this museum. It is excellent. It's two museums. You have the Museum of Dead Man's Corner, and then you have the D-Day experience. The D-Day experience is a massive museum. They have a giant cinema on one side, and they show you a couple of movies. It's very, very good. The D-Day experience is a phenomenal museum, but inside the museum, they have a C-47 on a rig. All the windows are replaced by screens, and it is a simulation of what it was like to be in a C-47 that actually gets shot down into Normandy. It's an incredible experience. The pyrotechnics, the engine starter getting hopped around the place. It is absolutely brilliant. We're back at Gallop. Right turn, Murphy. Do one of those. I'm cheating with the time, but sure we can't see anything. Jesus, there's a Fuga with us as well. Look at this. So, I'll keep an eye on me tracking here. We need to head back up the same way. This experience is unbelievable. But not only that, if you're into your Band of Brothers stuff, right? Also, I must say, if you've ever been to Fort Albany, where's that, Roy? Oh, it's in Maastricht, or south of Maastricht. Yeah, I haven't done enough over there, but I need to. If you're into your Band of Brothers stuff, a lot of the actors from Band of Brothers, they donated money and support. Their plaque is on the wall. But also, Richard Winters, also known as Dick Winters, his US Service Number 1s are in there, his uniform. That's the C-47, lads, look. Isn't that deadly? Your great uncle was a commander during the Battle of Britain. No way, retired just before D-Day. Wow. I get pretty sickened that there are still people bottling and selling sand from Omaha. Yeah, opportunists, you know. But the guys at the D-Day experience, I've spoken to these a number of times whenever I'm doing, well, this kind of stuff, with bought all my gear from them. They're just really nice people. They're so very passionate about what they do. And as I say, it's an incredible museum. You'll see here all the jackets and the service uniform of, that's probably it there, look. Yeah, look, that is Richard Winters' uniform. Incredible stuff. These are the plaques I'm talking about. So for example, look, from Emmanuel Elaine in memory of Wallace Strobel, right? From the Munsey family in honour, from Eric Lafitte. But you'll see Linda Westry, Keith family, from Paddy and Jean. You'll see names of the actors that were actually in Band of Brothers, right? You'll see the names. Like, it's unbelievable. I think they're like $500 or something. Bald Eagle, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you, buddy. But just incredible museums. Now, there's other museums in the area, don't get me wrong, but that one is excellent. We stayed, the last time we stayed there, get me bearings now, there's Verville. The last time we stayed there, we stayed in a farmhouse right here. And what's incredible about this farmhouse, is that it? Yeah, this is it. What's incredible about this farmhouse, when elements of the 101st landed, there was a German sniper in position here, and they had to put in a section in attack into this farmhouse, and you can actually see the bullet holes in the building. And like, this was like 30 or 40 euros to stay a night. And beautiful accommodation. They do a large hostel with bunk beds, so you can get like, 16 folks in there, or you can get like a private room. The host is absolutely lovely. The breakfast was amazing. Real family friendly, all the jazz. And if you have your own transport, this is one of the best places to stay. One of the best places to stay. You're about a 10-minute drive down to Sainte-Mère-Église, and also Utah Beach. And what brings us down here, why we're over this neck of the woods, the importance of Sainte-Mère-Église, we're very close to what is known as Brecourt Manor. Brecourt Manor is famous for numbers of reasons. One being is the operation that Easy Company put in to silence a artillery battery that was firing down onto Utah Beach, and it was under the command of Richard Winters. We've seen this in Band of Brothers, right? So we're going to learn a little bit about Easy Company and Brecourt Manor. So, among the 13,000 men who jumped into Normandy that night was First Lieutenant from New Holland, Pennsylvania, named Richard Winters. He commanded Easy Company's 2nd Battalion 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, which was part of the 101st Airborne Division. Winters had graduated from Franklin and Marshall College in 1941, enlisted that August before Pearl Harbor. He wasn't a man who sought the spotlight. He didn't cultivate a legend. He was a man who solved problems with clarity, economy, and a quality of moral authority, and his men recognised without being able to fully explain it. He ran the hills of Toccoa harder than anyone. He maintained standards without cruelty, and he was the kind of officer that men would follow into a dark field to occupy France at 0200 because they knew he was thought about it, or he thought more carefully about it. A lot of the guys, you see it as well if you watch Band of Brothers, they had incredible NCOs. Officers were grand for the most part. They had exceptional NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, right? But Winters was always highly respected. Now, he was very much, immortalised in Hollywood, and a very humble man. He's loads of interviews online. Highly recommend you go check him out. Very interesting man. But what he did, right? In the early morning of June the 6th, after surviving a scattered drop and regrouping with a handful of men from different units, Winters received a report that would define his place in history. A German 105mm battery with 4 guns dug into a trench system at Breakhorn Manor. That was firing directly onto Utah Beach, directly onto the men coming ashore. He had fewer than 14 men, but he attacked anyway. Using a flanking manoeuvre that has since been studied at West Point as a textbook example of small unit tactics on a fixed position, a thin skirmish line, aggressive use of a flanking line, or flanking fire, methodical clearance of each gun position before moving to the next. Winters and his men silenced all 4 guns, cleared the trench system, and captured a map showing the location of every German gun emplacement on Utah Beach. They handed that map to battalion headquarters before 9 o'clock that morning. Talk about mission complete. The Distinguished Service Cross he received for that action is among the most deserved decorations of the war. He was later promoted, through Market Garden, the Battle of the Bulge, and the liberation of Berchtesgaden, to the rank of Major. He commanded Easy Company through the entire European campaign. Richard Winters passed away on January 2nd, 2011, at the age of 92, at his farm in Pennsylvania. A monument to him stands at Utah Beach, looking out over the causeway with his men bled to open. He was once asked by... I wrote the wrong note. Who's this? Welcome in. KGW Plays. Many thanks for the raid. Welcome in. There was an interview that he had, again it was on Band of Brothers. He said, I was asked by a grandson, was I a hero in the war? And he says, no, but I served in a company of heroes. But I think it was Mike Rainey who told him that. It was Mike Rainey who said that. But all of this mission that we've flown, as we're heading back now to the UK, the numbers, the ledger, what was the cost, what was achieved? The after-action report filed by the 82nd Airborne Division for Operation Neptune concludes its summary section with these words: the division accomplished its mission. That sentence appears in a document that a few pages earlier records 30% effective strength under command by nightfall of D-Day. 2 of 3 primary communication radios lost, 2 regiments each at 25% effective strength, 17 hours after the drop. Now, that conclusion and the evidence are both in the same document. Perhaps that is, in a strange way, honest, but things were, look, listen to the numbers. Allied D-Day fatalities confirmed. All forces, all beaches. 4,415. 2,500 Americans, 1,900 from 7 other Allied nations. The 82nd alone lost some 1,200 men, same with the 101st. Total airborne casualties were about 2,500. Those at Utah, they actually had the fewest casualties on the beach, right? Or one of the fewest. They had it definitely from the American side. Now, among the men who landed at Utah Beach, right, was Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt Jr., son of President Theodore Roosevelt. 56 years of age, suffering from arthritis, a heart condition, and injuries sustained in the First World War, he had repeatedly requested permission to land with the First Wave, and his final request was accepted. He was the oldest man and the only general to storm the beaches in the First Wave. He walked the beach with a cane and a pistol. When his unit discovered that they had landed a mile south of their intended point, in a sector with lighter German defences, Roosevelt assessed the ground, made the call that most military men in his position would have been afraid to make, and said, "We'll start the war from right here." The decision probably saved hundreds of lives. Roosevelt was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. He died of a heart attack 5 weeks later, after D-Day, and he's buried at the American cemetery in Normandy beside his son Quentin, who also landed on that day. Madness. Madness. To understand what the airborne operation actually cost in its most concentrated form, consider a single bridge. Le Fier Bridge, crossing the Meredith River just west of Sainte-Mère-Église. At one end of the bridge sat 500 metres of raised causeway, crossing flooded marshland with open water on both sides. No cover, no flanking route, a road above water with unobstructed sight lines in every direction. The bridge was seized by American paratroopers in the early hours of June the 6th. Holding it and then assaulting across would take 4 more days and cost more than 250 American lives. The National World War II Museum in the States described it as probably the bloodiest small unit struggle in the experience of American arms. On June the 9th, D-Day plus 3, glider infantry made a daylight assault across that causeway in column with no cover, under fire from prepared German positions on the western flank. They took it. 250 lives, a bridge approximately 15 metres long. So, of all the casualties from the 2 divisions in 25 days, alongside that, 1 beach secured, 4 causeways opened, a German divisional commander killed before he could direct a counterattack, the first French town liberated, the mission was accomplished by men operating at a fraction of their planned strength, in conditions the plan hadn't modelled accurately, and at a cost the planning documents hadn't honestly projected. The achievement was real, but so was the cost. The institutional preference then, and in most of the histories that followed, was to lead with that achievement. In the 82nd Airborne, 15 of the 16 battalion commanders were killed or wounded in the first 25 days. Not division commanders in Chateau or lieutenant colonels. Crazy. So 82 years ago tonight, 13,000 men climbed into aircraft, not very different than what we're flying here this evening, jumped into the darkness over occupied France. Most of them landed in the wrong location. They found each other anyway and got to work. We have flown Mission Albany in their memory, for Richard Winters and Easy Company, for Captain Frank Lillyman, the cigar clenched between his teeth in the dark, for Lieutenant Den Brotheridge and his glider crew at Pegasus Bridge, for Maureen Flavin Sweeney at her lighthouse, for Eisenhower standing at the airfield watching the men board, his failure note folded in his pocket, and for every man who wrote a letter and handed it to a chaplain and picked up £100 of kit that stood at the door. That is what we have flown tonight, my friends. And incredible. Isn't it incredible? Colonel Fork, 1000% yes. That's my next thing to be working on, would be the Pacific Theatre. Because I need to study it, so I have to learn it all, but yeah. So, our D-Day flight. We're on our way. Check fuel. We're good. And the message we go for tonight, lads, regardless of what side, what your political allegiance lies, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Be it from the side of the Allies or indeed that of the Axis. What we do tonight, and every year that we do these flights, it's our way of marking a remembrance, respect, and just making sure, like, this story, it can never, ever disappear. Ever. It's too important. Do you know? So, we continue in, heading towards our final approach. man, what a sight. What a sight. Right, lads. Your favourite emote, doesn't matter what it is, but as a mark to say thank you for everyone who flew with us tonight, who has been here in the chat, who's just, you know, just joined us for remembering all of this. Well, you guys, thank you also very, very much indeed for making this night and all the other commemorative flights we do just so very special. I mean, this is our way of, you know, this is our way of paying our own homage to what these guys did. It's an incredible thing. So, yeah, this is for you. Put as many owl emotes into that chat as you can. We've had so many people flying tonight in their favourite aircraft. That'll just never get old, will it? Jesus! Right, how are we looking on fuel? We're alright on fuel. So we're heading straight back now to Echo Golf, Tango Echo. We'll be there in a couple of minutes. But yeah, lads, I hope you enjoyed it. And as I say, like, I'm mad into this kind of stuff. Do you know? I probably bore the crap out of half you, but I'm mad into this stuff. I love it, and it's just awesome when you think about it. Where everyone is located around the world, right? Just to put this into perspective, where everyone is located around the world who tuned in tonight watching this, and I'm sure this isn't the total list. I mean, 19 different countries around the world. Like, that is unbelievable. Both on YouTube and on Twitch, where all you guys are located tuning in. I mean, isn't this amazing that there are people from literally all over the planet sharing in this experience? And this could only happen with Microsoft Flight Sim. It could only happen with this platform, at least up to this point. So it's quite remarkable to think where everyone is, where they're located, where they're tuning in from. You're part of this story. You know, your efforts here all go into the effort that everyone does for these commemoration flights, or the remembering those, you know, who came before us. So you're actually part of that story. It's amazing. Like, I mean, you know, you'll see things on TV and you'll see communities around the world, and maybe there's air shows and, you know, all this kind of stuff. You're part of that story. You've taken part in a commemorative flight. It's incredible. When you think of it, it's incredible. Absolutely brilliant. So, well done to everyone for taking part. And even if you're not flying, you're here. Do you know what I mean? It's incredible. So, as we do, if you enjoyed this type of flight, before we go, in September, well, we shall fly again. Operation Market Garden, September 1944, an even larger airborne operation. 3 divisions, 35,000 men. The bridges at Eindhoven, Nijmegen and Arnhem. We will once again do a commemorative flight. And that's coming up in September. More details to follow, but mark your diaries. Because we will be doing more of this. And as Colonel Fork said, on the Pacific side, absolutely, I want to do stuff on the Pacific side. Jay Winokur gave me tons of information on that before. So the Battle of Midway between the 4th and 7th of June 1942, 2 years prior to the invasion of Normandy. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, when we think of the Second World War, naturally those in Europe, it's so very fresh and raw. You can see it on our landscape. We have family members who dealt with it, right? But the entire campaign, I mean, from Pearl Harbor, the Battle of Midway, all the way up to, you know, storming the islands, the beaches, what the Americans had to endure on the far side of the planet, and still be taking part in this. And it goes beyond that as well. I mean, you had the struggles from what Russia had to deal with, what the Japanese were doing, what China was doing, all of it. It's even the Italians. It's like it was a global war. And it's just fascinating to see from the aviation side, right? I mean, even to this day, and I totally get it, to this day, this is still classed as a sensitive subject. People who live in countries that were affected by it, all of this, well, maybe their memories are not as innocent, if you like, as well, me. I mean, I had nothing to do. I had no family member directly involved. I had a great uncle, I think, who was in D-Day, and I had another great uncle somewhere out in the Pacific. But it didn't affect me directly in my day-to-day life, nor did I have to grow up in a time that this was quite raw. And I know a lot of our viewers, that's not the case. That is not the case. So this sort of stuff may not be their cup of tea. And I just want to be critical to mark my point. We're not celebrating or, you know, promoting what was war. That's not the gig here whatsoever. This is about, you know, a time that something happened. Ordinary people answered the call. From the aviation side of it, it's absolutely staggering. Glorification, that's the one. Man, Colonel Fork. He needs to edit all my speeches. And then he'll make me mess up. He'll say something stupid and I'll be in trouble, you know. Your grandfather was a medic in Africa. No way. Least we forget. Exactly. Least we forget. We do this because it's a way of remembrance. It's a way of celebrating the achievements of aviation. Navigation. So much came out of that war that is in today's daily use of aviation, right? It's unbelievable. Hey, Chris Brown, good to see you. The Kiwis as well. I mean, there was Kiwis, there was Australians. I mean, there was. It's massive. It's just massive. What I love about this is we all get to share that experience, even digitally. But even, like, it's gas, like, and I won't get too Hollywood, but, like, even us doing this over the years, this is our camaraderie. This is our little band of, well, pilots who do this. That's our common bond. You know, weeks from now, hey, did you do that flight the other week? Yeah, I was there. I did that. I love that, man. That's what, like, you know, different historical clubs doing all this. It's incredible. I'm not even sure they'll still teach a lot of this to kids in school anymore. Yeah, I didn't learn any of this in school. You know? So, like, us doing this, it's so very important, especially in the world we live today. It's important to remember, hey, this stuff happened. Now, we can get into the why it happened. We can get into the how it happened. But I'll let you do that in your own time. because, you know, looking at different political systems, the reasons, you know, economics and all this sort of jazz, which you know, you'll jump into the rabbit hole there completely. You used to collect World War II stuff. Ooh. Roll Tide, no way, man. But it's a thing we do, as I say, annually. Our D-Day flight, Market Garden, and of course I want to include the Pacific theatres as well. I've so much to learn about that. And in particular, I'm interested, but like I'm not going to glorify it. Like I'm not looking at combat mission runs. And when I say combat, bombing runs and all that kind of crack, I've no real interest there. Especially when we do it on a live stream. You're missing the point if you're doing that. You have other platforms in which you can do it. IL2 is great for it. DCS has it, right? But in terms of like community involvement at this scale, there's, you know, we have the Berlin airdrop. You have, what was the other one? The CD did it a couple of years ago. The Hump, right? Check the photo channel, Roger. I had Discord closed over here. Good man, Muse and the bot. Photos media. Oh, look at this. Ah, Stu, excellent with the friggin' flare drop, man. That's deadly. Ah, some great pictures here, lads. Fort Eben, Imel, is it? Jesus, look at this, man. Like anywhere in... Jesus, look at the gun that was on that. Anywhere in Europe, you'll come across this kind of stuff. This looks relatively fresh, Roy. Was this only found? Like the friggin' the underground infrastructure the Germans had, like, Jesus. Look at that, you got a friggin' MG42 sitting there. Stu, what livery are you flying with? Jesus, then. That's incredible. I love seeing these photos, and we've got screenshots in here as well. There's Kozaki on the Pathfinder mission. He flew the Mosquito. The man, Kozaki. But as I say, it's not about necessarily flying combat missions, you know? More info on the website. I'll have to check it out. Your dad, as an Italian, fought against his own people during the war. Fired as a partisan against Mussolini. Ooh. The thing is, Murph, D-Day could never happen again in any war. Well, it wouldn't be a like for like, but yeah, it will. It will. I mean, I'm sure they said that during Roman times. You're not going to have these sort of massive invasions. They probably said it during the Middle Ages. They definitely said it after World War I. Then World War II happened. You know, unfortunately, we live in a world that it is. In the age of nukes, no, well, put it this way. In the age of nukes, there's no point worrying at all because you can't do anything about it. They press the button, good luck in the cup, right? But in terms of these sort of missions, or a D-Day style mission with invasions and all this still goes on. They still train soldiers for it, you know? History will always repeat itself in some way, agreed. Doesn't have to be exact, but it'll be close. Right, bring our speed down. And what I do find remarkable is about the stories that you guys have, be it from, you know, family members, extended family, friends, or maybe just local knowledge of people from your area. That, to me, that's what makes this work in terms of that inclusion or that immersion. Do you know what I mean? I think that is truly remarkable when you have people that we know in our chat flying with us and they have their own stories to tell. I absolutely love that. I love that. It's a great way to share. Did you see this? Zit, shag off! Cyrus, shag off! These are all at it again. These are all banned. Cyrus, Muse, Stu, Zit, you can all... Super Tie, that's it. Get out the ban hammer. They're all banned. But yeah, such a massive thanks to Jeppesen for creating all this for us. I mean, what an experience it is. If you've never done it before, if tonight was the first night you've flown over Normandy with Jeppesen scenery, and we have the sounds, we have the flak, we have the lights, we have, you know, the aircraft, and like, it's an amazing thing. And I'd also recommend, if you've only grabbed it, go back during daytime, get out the drone cam, or even just go for a walk around. The amount of assets he has placed, there's even landing craft on some of the beaches. You need to check it out. It is superb. Superb. Right. We need to... Oh, Jesus, don't give us a starter like that. 2 starters like that. We need the use of flaps and landing gear. Easy now. Gear and flaps coming down. Yeah, they're still finding stuff to this day. But X-Plane. There's actually a really good C-47 in development for X-Plane. But let's not get into that conversation right now. Murph, for the record, Cyrus was stirring. I was in a French Air Force livery tonight. Never let the truth get in the way of a rumour, Stu. I mean, where's the fun in that, right? Brilliant. Mrs. Goose's granddad was a paratrooper. No way. Crafty says, I've learned some stories about Lancasters dropping humanitarian aid. Yeah, we got loads of stories tonight. It's just the sheer amount of us on the server. Right, watch the speed coming in. We're okay in our auxiliary tanks. Gear is down. Flaps half. And let's see what we can do. Like, could you imagine? Not all pilots came back. Whatever about paratroopers, some of the pilots were shot down, right? But could you imagine if you're a pilot coming back that night after a successful paratroop drop? You're going in now to get refueled, repaired, resupplied, and you're going out in a chalk in about 6 hours' time. Crazy. Alright, easy now. The stutters will not be nice on final, but sure, look at. They wouldn't have been landing like this with all the lights. That it had lights. I read reports that when they were landing after dropping the lads off, because again, look, the RAF had air superiority, but over the DZs and approaching France, lights off, definitely. Right, we need to try and do this gently without a giant stutter. Let's see what happens, lads. Easy now. 107 will take it. Keep it on the centre line.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Ah, Crafty. He messed up. Alright, get our tail down. There we go. Thankfully, the stutter came at the end of our rollout. Brilliant. Flaps in. The RAF had a thing called Drem lighting, named after a base near Edinburgh. Alright, easy. Get ourselves parked into the side here. Someone had a terrible accident. Colonel Fork, no one saw it. He was probably trying to get a drink of a cup of tea or something. Or maybe the elevation he was grand, it was just the elevation maybe. And a Boeing 737 tail dragger, because that's what they had back in 1944. Give me strength. Model matching. You're drunk. Alright, hold station. Parking brakes. Now there, my friends, is a sight. Look at that. Stutters and all, look. Come on, Betsy, you can do it. Come on, stutters. Unstutter yourselves. There we have it, lads. There we have it. What a great commemorative flight, and just thank you all so very much for tuning in, for keeping us company, for sharing your stories, listening to me rabbit on for hours, and all your support as well. Absolutely incredible. Thanks a million. Another group flight like this, as I said, is going to be scheduled for September. That's planned, which is going to be Operation Market Garden, and as Colonel Falk was saying there, yes, I want to do something on the Pacific side as well, if you guys would be interested in doing such a thing. But yeah, very very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. Lads, thanks a million. Now, what are we doing? Today's Friday. We're back on Monday with the grand finale of our Earth to the Moon, in which we're going to be flying a TBM in Florida up to the Kennedy Space Center. We're going to watch some rocket launches. On Tuesday night, we're going to have flights and news. Oh, Fox, thank you very much indeed for the bits. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Tuesday night, we're going to have flights and news. On Tuesday, Raoul is going to join us once again to talk all things Phenom, because he's working on stuff. And on Wednesday, I'm heading over to America for Expo. So there'll be a bit of radio silence until probably Friday, right? But I'll try and keep you up to date. I'll be up to date on Discord. If you haven't already, do be sure to check out our Discord channel, !Discord. That's where we hang about when we're not on a live stream. But lads, I can't thank you enough. Amazing experience getting to fly with you guys during this event. And I'm seeing names here that I haven't seen since the last time we've done this, which is just great to see as well. So yeah, lads, thanks a million. Hope you enjoyed it. Any of the notes, if anyone's interested in what I wrote down or some of the stories, if you'd like to learn a little bit more, let us know over in Discord. There are tons of documentaries, especially this time of the year. You're going to see them, and movies and all that stuff as well. So yeah, lots to see and lots to do. So I shall bid you adieu. Thank you all so very, very much indeed for tuning in, and yeah, we'll be back to you on Monday at 1900 Zulu. So until then, thank you all so very much indeed for watching. See you in the next one. I rarely use this word when it comes to flight sim add-ons. I reserve it only for the special kind. But like, there's no point saying anything other than this is shite. It's shite. Like,
so funny.
Steiny, are you watching Twister or something? I mean, that was just...
Do you need a hand?
No, I don't need a... Do I need a hand?
It's heavy, yeah. Jesus, Murph!
Feels heavy. It feels cumbersome. It behaves differently. And there's a lot of depth to it. It's a cracker. It's a masterpiece. Oh, I never did the thing, look. It's usually the best, it's the best way to do things. You know what I mean? It's usually the best way to do things is no matter what sort of a day you're having, just come in and just have a bit of a slag with me, you know?